Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, dear participants, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Warm welcome to you all at the 6th Joint Conference of Magyar Nemzeti Bank and Narodowy Bank Polski. My name is Melitta Gyüdi, and I have the pleasure of hosting today's event. Our conference is a great example of the continuous cooperation of the Polish and Hungarian central banks. Furthermore, 2024 marks a special year in the history of both institutions. Magyar Nemzeti Bank, the Central Bank of Hungary, celebrates the 100th anniversary of its foundation this year, and it was precisely 100 years ago as well that Narodowy Bank Polski's predecessor, Bank Polski S.A., was established. Today's conference is organized under the title Central Bank Policies Amid Structural Shifts in the Global Economy. We live in turbulent times, just as the two countries did 100 years ago. Thus, today's speeches and panel discussions shall focus on the most crucial aspects of the reshaping of the global economy and especially its impact on Central and Eastern Europe. In that spirit, I am pleased to announce Mr. Barnabás Virág, Deputy Governor of Magyar Nemzeti Bank, the Central Bank of Hungary, who will deliver his opening address, with which our professional program commences.
Okay, dear Deputy Governor Mata, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and colleagues, it's an honor to welcome you to the 6th Joint Conference of the Narodowy Bank Polski and the Magyar Nemzeti Bank. 2024 is a special year marked by a number of anniversaries. Both Poland and Hungary joined the European Union 20 years ago. Furthermore, in 2024, we mark the 100th anniversary of the foundation of the Magyar Nemzeti Bank, just like Narodowy Bank Polski celebrates the 100th anniversary of establishment of its predecessors, Bank Polski S.A. Gratulujemy z okazji stulecia działalności Narodowego Banku Polskiego. In English, congratulations on the centenary of the National Bank of Poland. Happy birthday, Magyar Nemzeti Bank. Happy birthday, Narodowy Bank Polski. The theme of this year's conference, Central Bank Policies Amid Structural Shifts in the Global Economy, is a very timely one. We are witnessing profound changes in the global economy. However, these changes are not only cyclical, they are structural shifts that will define the global economic landscape in the future. And this future is closer than we previously anticipated, as the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated many aspects of this transformation, including the digitalization, changes in global supply chains, and the green transition. Monetary and financial authorities responded to the health crisis on an unprecedented scale before central banks had to deal with post-pandemic inflation. Inflation was further exacerbated by soaring energy and food prices due to the terrible war in Ukraine, and geopolitical tensions still pose a significant risk today, including conflicts in the Middle East. We must be aware of and act in accordance with the megatrends this period has brought, which is essential to win the current decade of challenges. In 2010s, we are a decade of prosperity and stability for Central and Eastern Europe. During the 2010s, following the successful integration in the European Union, Poland and Hungary experienced significant economic growth, while stabilities were maintained and economies remained resilient. Over this decade, around 20 or 25 of the EU's growth can be attributed to the CEE region, while on average the annual GDP growth of Poland and Hungary has doubled that of the European Union in the 2010s, showing a significant catching up to the EU average. We successfully navigated the aftermath of the global financial crisis while experiencing a notable decline in unemployment over the period. Fiscal discipline was also restored with significant improvements in infrastructure, positioning Poland and Hungary as key players in the CEE region. However, the 2020s have so far been the complete opposite of the 2010s. The current decade has begun with unprecedented shocks, namely the COVID-19 pandemic and the related economic consequences, the energy crisis, the terrible war in Ukraine, and other tectonic shifts in the geopolitical landscape. Inflation returned after some absence and rose to double-digit levels in several countries. Despite these major shifts, our goals has remained the same. It's to continue a sustainable catching up while maintaining the stability and peace in our region. For this, economic policy needs to remain vigilant and adapt to the character of the current decade, where shifts are rapid and massive. We need to strengthen the resilience of our economies by improving external and internal balances while increasing savings to provide an adequate buffer in times of need, which is essential to emerge victorious from the current decade of challenges. Let me now briefly introduce the three most important keywords that shall guide us in the current era of challenges. The first keyword is sovereignty. We must interpret sovereignty in a broad sense, including key areas like the energy sector, the defense sector, and policies, finances and financial technologies, and also the real economy. Maintaining sovereignty in these areas also strengthens the immune system of our economies, which in turn become more resilient against the future shocks. The second keyword is competitiveness. It means that we shall embrace and even accelerate transitions across different key eras, including productivity, human capital, and digitalization. We shall switch from a quantitative growth model to a qualitative one driven by productivity and innovation, which help us avoid the middle income trap. A precondition for a sustainable convergence is the strengthening of a healthy and knowledge-based society. And finally, sustainability may be achieved by embracing and promoting digitalization and the green transition. Finally, the third keyword is cooperation. While this conference is a prime example of cross-border cooperation, we must also bear in mind cooperation with our national borders and beyond our regional ones. Different branches of economic policy must cooperate in pursuit of the common goal of sustainable economic growth while maintaining stability across the economy and building resilience. We must also cooperate in our broader region to maintain unity in times of a big geopolitical uncertainty. What does this mean for central banking? Despite a constantly evolving global economy, our primary mandate remains the same. It's still to achieve the goal of price stability in a sustainable manner. The world economy hasn't fully recovered from the pandemic, while inflation is still with us. Nevertheless, price stability is a precondition for a sustainable economic growth, so restoring it should be a priority for monetary and fiscal policymakers alike. The post-COVID recovery and soaring energy prices have brought inflation to levels not seen for decades. However, central banks have learned their lessons from the 70s and took appropriate actions. We acted quickly and decisively while communicating clearly. As a result, inflation has substantially decreased since its post-COVID peak, in which disciplined monetary tightening was a key factor, while central bank independence also played a crucial role. By early 2024, inflation approached central bank targets in the region. However, we cannot sit back. Services sector inflation and high wage dynamics pose a challenge for the entire region. Due to this, inflation will increase again in the coming months, which necessitates a careful and patient approach in the monetary policy. On the other hand, there is a more pronounced emphasis on the climate change and sustainability, as the pandemic has drawn attention to the importance of the resilient economies. To achieve this, both the private and the public sector shall explicitly integrate environmental considerations in their frameworks, promoting green investments and policies, while reducing their carbon footprint, leading to a more sustainable financial sector and mitigating climate-related inflationary pressures. In response to the decade of challenges, adaptivity is key, and central banks must remain innovative. While central bank digital currency projects are still in their infancy, the ongoing research on digital currencies by regional central banks are the evidence of a forward-looking approach. Once justified by the circumstances, launching central bank digital currency programs could allow us to embrace changes while simultaneously promoting efficiency and inclusivity. Furthermore, central banks shall also promote efficiency on a higher level, for instance, by making recommendations to improve the competitiveness at the national level or even at the regional level. The Národové Bank Polski and the Magyar Nemzeti Bank has been at the forefront of both, with competitiveness and sustainable economic growth in the CE region, even being the theme of our fourth joint conference just 18 months ago. The complexity of these challenges underscores the importance of future collaboration. Close cooperation and continuous dialogue are encouraged on national level between fiscal and monetary policy authorities, as well as on an international level between central banks in the region. This conference is a testament of the latter by enabling insightful discussions among the speakers from the Národové Bank Polski and the Magyar Nemzeti Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, we must remain vigilant and adaptable while still considering the fight against inflation as a priority. The global economic landscape will continue to evolve, and central banking must follow suit. The past 100 years have marked a number of wars, pandemics, shocks, and crises. Since the beginning of the 2020s, we have already faced all four again, and the road ahead is not so clear either. However, if we stay committed to our core principles of stability, independence, and sustainability while prioritizing sovereignty, competitiveness, and cooperation, we may once again emerge victorious from the current decade of challenges. The discussions and insights that will emerge from this conference will undoubtedly contribute to how central banks adapt to a shifting environment. Thank you very much for your attention and wish you a very pleasant and fruitful conference for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Governor Virág, for the introductory speech. Now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Marta Kajtli, First Deputy Governor of Národové Bank Polski, the Central Bank of Poland.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I should probably start with apologizing that my Hungarian is not as good as Governor Zbirek's Polish, but please accept my best congratulations on the 100th anniversary of Magyar Nemzeti Bank. It is my pleasure to make a few introductory remarks on the occasion of the 6th joint conference of Magyar Nemzeti Bank and Narodowy Bank Polski. As part of this annual series of conferences 3 years ago, we reflected on the structural changes in our economies caused by COVID-19 pandemic. 2 years ago, we discussed the prospects for competitiveness and sustainable economic growth in the CE region after it suddenly found itself in the shadow of Russian military aggression against Ukraine. Last year, we looked at the potential technological disruptions due to rapidly developing artificial intelligence. But there is another emerging global phenomenon which ought to be reckoned with: geopolitical fragmentation. Due to both Russia's war against Ukraine and increased tensions between the US and China, the long-standing trend of gradual globalization is now seeing a reversal. With more geopolitical risks in the global economy, international companies are beginning to consider reorganization of their value chains in the spirit of nearshoring and friendshoring to improve resilience. We believe that CE countries, including Poland, could benefit from the resulting reorientation of trade patterns, attracting new FDIs and increasing our exports. Our region has several competitive advantages, such as relatively low labor cost, a highly skilled workforce, proximity to the Western European markets, and stability, thanks to NATO and EU membership. Hence, although geopolitical fragmentation is likely to have a negative impact on the global economy as a whole, we believe it might nevertheless be beneficial for our region, boosting our economic convergence with Western Europe. Convergence between the CE countries and the wealthy economies of the Western Europe, such as Germany and France, has been very successful so far. It suffices to say that Poland's GDP per capita in PPP terms increased from 44% of the EU average in 2004 to 80% of the EU average in 2023, overtaking Greece and Portugal over the years and closely approaching the level of Spain. But convergence is neither unconditional nor automatic. Looking into the future, we see both advantages of CE countries and our specific challenges. On the one hand, the factors which have been benefiting us already will remain firmly in place, such as the high availability of human capital, entrepreneurship, market dynamism, and access to EU markets. On the other hand, there are three main challenges: energy sector transformation and EU climate policies, the digital transformation, and unfavorable demographics. As regards the energy sector, Poland is still less efficient in terms of carbon emission per unit of GDP than the European leaders. This relatively disadvantageous starting point and the necessity to launch huge investment programs to restructure the energy sector imply a relatively large cost of EU climate policies for the Polish economy. Simultaneously, the digital transition is a global phenomenon which accelerates after the recent developments of generative artificial intelligence. It is expected that while generally growth enhancing, this transition will also necessitate substantial investment and will most likely be associated with major relocation in the labor market. Finally, as regards the demographics, CE countries are facing the perspective of a rapidly aging population. In Poland, this process may be somewhat elevated by immigrants primarily from the Ukraine and Belarus, as well as the potential growth in the labor market participation rate. This year's conference, titled Central Bank Policies Amid Structural Shifts in the Global Economy, will make an attempt at assessing which of the ongoing structural changes in the global economy will prove to be most important for central banks in the CE region. The second topic that we intend to discuss today is evolving role of the central banks. During the Great Moderation period, central banks were capable of meeting their goals, without much effort. At that point, it might have seemed that price stability was given once and for all. From today's perspective, we see that in fact it has never been the case. Looking only at the last years, we witness both deflationary scares following the pandemic recession of 2020 and the cost of living crisis of 2021-2023. We could list a number of specific shocks that underlay the inflation developments in the recent years. For a large degree, they overlapped with the structural factors I have already mentioned, such as global supply chain disruptions, energy crisis, the Russian war with Ukraine, and elevated geopolitical risks. Together with substantial fiscal responses, these developments shaped the economic conditions under which monetary policy operated in the past few years. And given the magnitude of changes taking place in the macroeconomic landscape, central banks needed to react both swiftly and decisively. Narodowy Bank Polski stood up to the challenge. In reaction to soaring inflation, NBP started to forcefully tighten its monetary policy already in autumn 2021, much earlier than the major central banks. The total scale of NBP interest rate hikes reached 6.65 percentage points and was large by historical standards, translating into material tightening of financial conditions. Only much more recently, in September and October 2023, weak demand and fast disinflation led NBP to adjust rate downward by 1 percentage point. Within the last several quarters, inflation declined rapidly. This was attributed to the fading of the external supply shocks, as well as previous monetary policy tightening. In May 2024, according to flash estimates, CPI in Poland stood at 2.5%. Thus, it was fully consistent with our target of 2.5% plus minus 1 percentage point. Importantly, rapid disinflation was accomplished with a relatively low cost for the economy. Despite the slowdown in 2023, real GDP in Poland is now more than 10% higher than before the pandemic, and the unemployment rate in Poland is among the lowest in the EU. This proves that NBP policy in the past years has been successful. We are aware that the battle against inflation is not fully over. Inflation in Poland will increase again in the second half of the year due to the increase in energy prices. At the same time, the risks of inflation in the medium term stem from wage growth. Against this background, NBP remains attentive to risks and applies a data-driven approach to future decisions. Soft landing of the Polish economy would not have been possible without flexible monetary policy pursued with medium-term orientation of the inflation target. In particular, amid high uncertainty, NBP has properly determined the desirable time necessary to bring inflation back to the target and the scale of tightening that was sufficient to achieve that goal. NBP, from the very beginning, was indicating that the return to the target would be gradual. Moreover, like on quite many occasions in the past, Poland was also helped by floating exchange rate arrangement, which worked as a shock absorber in the times of economic turmoil. To conclude, providing price stability is still a demanding job, and central banks cannot stick to the old trajectories. They must address yet again new challenges that they are confronted with. This evolution can be seen, for example, in expanding central banks' instruments. Nowadays, the array of policy measures at our disposal is much broader than it used to be, especially prior to the global financial crisis. This stems from the fact that under crisis circumstances, different tools may be necessary in order to restore price stability. At the same time, central banks must stay independent, not least in deciding what instrument to employ, at what stage, and how it should be calibrated. The topic of central banks' autonomy is, of course, much broader. Especially today, central banks' independence should not be taken for granted, similarly as price stability, with which it is closely interlinked. I hope today's debates will shed new light on growth prospects for the coming years it is important to be prepared and actively participate in the rapid transformation of the world economy throughout the 21st century, navigating around emerging pitfalls and seizing the new opportunities. We should also stress that the need to protect independent monetary policy that has the necessary room for maneuver when unexpected shocks occur. The recent experience with a series of crises clearly showed that responsibility for macroeconomic stability, including primary price stability, is a heavy commitment that requires robust institutional arrangements. I wish you a very enjoyable conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, First Deputy Governor Keightley, for your engaging remarks. And now I would like to announce Mr. Álvaro Santos Pereira, Chief Economist of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, whose keynote speech will now be delivered.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in the 6th joint conference of the Hungarian and Polish central banks. And of course, happy 100th birthday. I regret that I cannot be there in person, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to reach out to you all virtually on the well-chosen theme of central bank amid structural shifts in the global economy. As you know, people around the world have experienced 2-in-a-lifetime events over the last 4 years. First, the COVID pandemic, and then Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and their consequences have been sending shockwaves around the world. Both events were catastrophic from a humanitarian point of view, but the global economy has so far avoided a major catastrophe. Swift and decisive policy action has prevented a much worse economic outcome. Allow me to go back a bit into the past. Let's start in early March 2020. Multiple outbreaks of the COVID-19 virus evolved into a global pandemic. The virus spread a bit too quickly across the globe for most healthcare systems to cope with effectively. Governments were pushed to shut down large segments of the economic activity, to reduce the spread of the virus and to buy time to strengthen healthcare systems. Shutdowns of whole sectors were unprecedented. They were also severely disrupted the operations of global value chains and the supply of goods. GDP in OECD countries during those times declined by 4.2% in 2020. In the euro area, GDP declined by more than 6%. And without ample policy support, output would have plummeted much more. With the rapid development and rollout of effective vaccines, economies reopened gradually, and through 2021, the economic outlook brightened considerably. But of course, the strong rebound from the pandemic, the upward shift in demand for goods, persistent supply chain bottlenecks, and labor shortages brought about significant increases in inflation at an unusual early stage of the cycle. This caught many by surprise, and from December 2021, the projected level and persistence of inflation was repeatedly revised up. But that was not all. Russia's war against Ukraine further fueled inflationary pressures and the associated cost of living crisis. The war resulted in a formidable supply shock. The oil price increased from below $80 per barrel at the end of 21 to over $130 per barrel in March of 21 and triggered the largest energy crisis since the 1980s. Gas prices, especially in Europe, went through the roof. Food prices increased significantly. High inflation and lower growth were the hefty price that the global economy paid for Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Governments naturally responded to the pandemic and the war by providing massive fiscal support, unprecedented outside war times. One consequence is now that the OECD public debt now stands around 115% of GDP. This is more than 40 percentage points higher than at the beginning of this century. And at the same time, current and future fiscal pressures are mounting from several sides. Aging, the climate transition, industrial policies, defense, in addition to much needed structural reforms to boost productivity and growth in the longer term. In our most recent economic outlook, we projected modest global growth, with inflation gradually going back to target in most OECD economies by 2025. This is a fairly benign scenario, even if surrounded by significant risks. So the question is, are we out of the woods now? And the answer is not really straightforward. And not only because the war in Ukraine is not over, the pandemic and the war were not just middle hurdles in our path forward. Both shocks profoundly shaped the path forward by complicating pre-existing structural challenges that our economies face. We sometimes call these structural challenges the 4Ds: deglobalization, demographics, decarbonization, and digitalization. And while these are challenges, they also represent opportunities. Let me walk you through the 4Ds, why they matter, how they interact with the pandemic and the war, and how monetary policy making should and could react to the upcoming eventful times. Let me start with deglobalization. The pandemic and the war have fueled national security and strategic autonomy considerations. We are also witnessing a fragmentation of the world economy. Global trade policy is undergoing a sea change. We can already see this in the data. Bilateral trade patterns are shifting. For example, in the United States, we see a sharp decline in China's share of manufactured imports since 2018, coinciding with important rising shares from other Asian economies. In contrast, in Europe, China's weight in manufactured imports has continued to grow steadily. These shifts are happening while total global trade growth is much weaker than in the 90s or early 2000s. Also, because the share of global merchandise imports subject to trade restrictions has risen particularly rapid since 2018. In fact, even before 2018, after the global financial crisis, we start seeing increasing protectionist measures in many of the G20 countries and around the world. We are all aware that the benefits for trade for all and growth and productivity, increased trade integration, and the emergence of global value chains have contributed to higher productivity, but also to lower prices, greater variety of goods, and accelerated income convergence. Around the world, thanks to trade, we had hundreds of millions of people that got out of poverty, and that should be recognized and commended. Central European economies are great examples of how to climb up the income ladder through trade integration, continuous specialization, and integration in global value chains. Of course, the production of some products has become highly concentrated. This concentration bears risks, but we should be also mindful how to tackle these risks in global value chains. Reshoring and hampering trade will be costly in terms of productivity, jobs, and real incomes, in particular for lower incomes. Monetary policy will be needed, and we'll need to pay attention to the potential upward shift in the price of many goods. Diversifying global value chains might be a less costly approach to improving resilience. However, deglobalization is not the only structural headwind to our economies. Climate change is clearly high up there. Preserving our habitat requires a big transformation of our economies and energy mix. And our leaders have set ambitious emission reduction targets. But progress towards climate change targets is lagging. Most countries are still far from even reaching intermediate targets. Achieving net zero target by 2050 will require significant private and public investment, accompanied by a decisive regulatory action and also other measures in terms of policy mitigation. It must be done globally, both be effective and to be efficient. And again, there is a huge political element to this. We cannot make the green transition without critical materials such as lithium and cobalt. These are necessary for electric cars or onshore wind plants. However, the production and processing of these minerals is highly concentrated, even more than fossil fuels. Think about the geopolitical issues the world currently experiences and has experienced over decades around oil and gas. This is what might be coming also for critical materials. Governments are responsible for policy action to tackle climate change and to reduce carbon emissions. But that does not imply that climate change will not affect monetary policy making. On the contrary, there are at least two implications of climate change that will likely affect monetary policy. First, climate change and regulatory action to tackle it may not only lead to a change in relative prices, but also to a persistent upward pressure on inflation. Physical risks associated with climate change can feed into headline inflation through food and energy prices, supply chains, and eventually inflation expectations. Climate change and related policies could also increase overall economic uncertainty, including around the natural rate of interest, which could further complicate central banks' jobs. Second, climate change may challenge financial stability. Think about insurance markets or, for example, stranded assets. Why? Well, necessary regulations to curb emissions or big shifts in demand could mean that certain corporate assets need to be written off quicker than anticipated. For example, for coal-fired power plants that will need to retire earlier than expected based on initial investment plans. From an environmental point of view, this is welcome, but it can also create a challenge to financial stability if stranded assets are too concentrated in the balance sheets of certain banks or other financial institutions. It is also important to continue with efforts to make the risk of stranded assets as transparent as possible, and so more stringent disclosure requirements or improved stress testing are just two tools that could help. Third, in most OECD countries, demographics are also making matters more complicated. Europe and many countries around the world are aging, and aging is good, especially in good health. Today, in the average OECD country, for every retiree, there are 3 working-age persons. By 2060, this ratio will shift to 2 working-age persons per retiree. In Hungary and Poland, this is projected to be even more pronounced. Longer life expectancies are obviously tremendous societal achievements, but they also require us to adapt profoundly. Aging is a challenge for the sustainability of pension and social security systems. OECD long-term simulations suggest that with current spending patterns on pensions and social security, OECD economies would either need to raise taxes by an amount equivalent of about 4% of GDP, or cut spending by this same amount, just to stabilize public debt to the GDP ratio at the current levels. For certain countries and for some countries, the required fiscal effort rises to close to 8 percentage points of GDP. And so it's a significant challenge that we have ahead. The next and last D in the 4 Ds list is digitalization. Harnessed well, digital technologies, including AI, can transform our lives and our economies for the better. Potentially, digital technologies can help us reverse the long-term decline in productivity growth, help counteract shrinking workforces, and remediate skill shortages, which are very severe in many countries around the world right now. But harnessing the benefits of digital technology is a big challenge. Europe is already lagging in this race. Others are moving quicker and more decisively. Out of the 100 largest global tech firms measured by market capitalization as end of April 24, the share of European tech companies amounts to only 6%. The share of US companies accounts to over 80% of tech companies. The rest comes from Asia, particularly China. If we look at AI, the position is even more striking. The largest AI company has a market capitalization of $2.75 trillion, larger than the GDP in 23 produced by France. The nature of these technologies give rise to network effects and naturally create winner-takes-all dynamics. There's a real risk that cross-country gap will increase, making it more and more difficult to remain competitive. Furthermore, while digitalization comes with big promises in terms of productivity gains, it also comes with risks. Cybersecurity risks, or so-called digital pandemic, are not mere threats from science fiction novels. especially in a time of heightened geopolitical tensions. And the more and more we rely on digital products, the more and more we are getting exposed to these risks. So what is the role of monetary policy in all of this? What comes next won't be a surprise to you. Our economies work best when prices are stable, policies are predictable and credible. The major ongoing structural challenges I touch upon today complicate the tasks facing monetary policy, but do not make them any less important. Low and stable inflation is a key building block for sustainable growth, and the main task of monetary policy, even if central bank mandates differ to some extent, this task remains: achieve and maintain stable and low inflation. In most OECD economies, this is defined somewhere between 2 and 3%. In doing so, financial stability needs to be preserved. Well-functioning financial markets are an essential link in the transmission of monetary policy to the economy and a critical foundation for economic growth and stability. It remains key for central banks to monitor financial stability risks carefully, especially when tensions with the price stability objectives arise, and continue strengthening their macroprudential supervision frameworks. There are a few historical lessons from which we can infer the economic impacts of the 4Ds. We have never fully decarbonized the whole economy, let alone in such a short amount of time. We have a few examples how a powerful technology like AI affects the demand and supply of skills, the distribution of tasks, and which products will be created or cease to exist. Still, there are some lessons to be learned from economies like Japan, which are already ahead in terms of aging and shrinking workforces. We also have some experiences on the interactions between geopolitics and trade. Nevertheless, the 4Ds that I mentioned before will plausibly challenge existing economic wisdom, not only about economic relationships and the nature of the frequency of shocks. Given all this uncertainty, I believe that there are two guiding principles for monetary policy. The first is to remain prudent. What is the best approach to monetary policy making amidst a new age of uncertainty? For central banks, it must be optimal to adjust policy more cautiously and in smaller steps in times of heightened uncertainty. This turns monetary policy more into an iterative but also interactive process. This approach is useful at the current juncture. We cannot be sure that disinflation will proceed as fast as over the past few months. Service price inflation is still too high, and a renewed surge of energy and food prices remains at risk. Loosening policy rates too early risks at undoing the progress on disinflation we have achieved so far. Monetary policy should continue to remain prudent to ensure that underlying inflationary pressures are durably contained. But with inflation continuing to decline, there is some leeway to lower rates. The overall stance should remain restrictive until inflation is back to targets. And one lesson that emerges from this tightening cycle that is important to emphasize. We know that countries that tackled surging inflation more decisively by tightening policy rates earlier, such as some Latin American countries like Brazil and Chile, can also start loosening earlier. This key important message is that decisive policy action pays off. Prudent and data dependence will also prove particularly useful in pursuing plans to reduce the size of central bank balance sheets through quantitative tightening. We are uncharted territory here, with only limited evidence about the optimal size of central bank balance sheets. Uncertainty also remains about whether the impact of QT will be as limited as policy rates decline. At the very least, careful communication will be required to explain the coexistence of rate reductions and balance sheet reductions, with this potentially having opposite impacts on long-term bond yields and financial conditions. Moreover, although monetary policy is a conjunctural tool not aimed at driving structural adjustments, aggregate productivity dynamics may be also sensitive to monetary policy response, including through productivity-enhancing reallocation. Our recent research shows that the whole-of-government approach ensuring the coordination different policy areas carefully is key. For example, carefully managing fiscal policy to keep sovereign risk low, ensuring competitive product markets and flexible labor markets, while avoiding pro-cyclicality in monetary policy. This is very important and is key to increase the effectiveness and minimize potential productivity damages associated to changes in policy rates. So let me end with an important conclusion. In turbulent times, the job of a central banker is particularly important. It's not about spectacular moves, but about ensuring price and economic stability, laying the conditions for the economy to function at its best, to fully recover and face the great challenges that lie ahead. With that, I would like to wrap up, and I would like to wish you a wonderful event and a wonderful conference. Looking forward for your 101st birthday next year. Thank you.
Our gratitude goes out to Mr. Álvaro Santos Pereira for his insightful speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a short coffee break will follow. We will meet again in 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the coffee break. Now the conference continues with the first panel discussion titled Integration and Convergence in a Restructuring Global Economy, focusing on recent shifts and their impact on the global economic order. Joining me on stage, please welcome Mr. Piotr Żuk, Acting Deputy Director of the Economic Analysis and Research Department at Narodowy Bank Polski, who will moderate the discussion. And let me also introduce the participants of the panel discussion. Mr. András Balatoni, Director of the Economic Forecast and Analysis Directorate at Magyar Nemzeti Bank. Mr. Jeff Gottlieb, Resident Representative for CEE at International Monetary Fund. Mr. Richard Greaveson, Deputy Director at Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies. And Ms. Julia Wörth, Head of the Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe section at Österreichische Nationalbank. And now I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Żuk and our distinguished speakers.
Thank you, Melita, for this introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to host this panel session about integration and convergence in a global restructuring economy. I want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Indeed, integration and convergence have been key elements of the economic landscape in the CEE region since basically the countries from the region embarked on the transition from centrally planned to market-based economy. And since then, CEE countries managed to converge largely to the richest EU countries. Some of them even reached level close to 80 or 90% of EU GDP on average. Some even say that CEE countries live in their golden age as they reached level of real incomes that was unseen in the past for them, for these countries. And at the same time, recent decades, another theme in the recent decades was integration with global value chains, integration through trade, through FDIs, but also political integration. So the countries joined the EU and NATO. Today there are challenges ahead. These challenges were mentioned basically in introductory remarks. The pandemic, the Russian invasion of Ukraine brought uncertainty to the region and also reinforced calls for maybe greater self-sufficiency in terms of in the area of trade. There is digitalization, there is aging, there is energy sector transformation, EU climate policies, and all of this raises legitimate questions about the future of economic convergence in the region, as well as what should be the right policy response. And I'm really happy that we have today the perfect guest to discuss and perfect panelists to discuss those topics. They have been already introduced, but Julia, Richard, Jeff, and Ondrej, it's my pleasure to be here today with you. I would suggest that we start our conversation with a little bit of stock-taking exercise about convergence in the region. What have been the drivers of convergence so far? What made the countries so successful? Has there been any secret ingredient here that allowed countries to grow as fast? So maybe we'll start with Julia.
Thank you, and also thank you for this honorable invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. It's always a pleasure to be at those joint conferences. You always seem to pick the right topics at the right time. So yeah, convergence, it's been said also in the opening speeches, it has been highly successful. So on average, the per capita GDP of what is now the EU members in Central, Eastern, Southeastern Europe increased from around 40% of the euro area GDP GDP per capita level to on average 75%. So that's impressive. That's a big step forward. And if you count the annual average growth differential, it was 2 percentage points in the 24 years since 2000 until now. But an important lesson to take is that this catching up has not been linear. So we have seen years where there was no growth differential in the global financial crisis, in the COVID years, and also last year, the growth differential faded again. And even, I would say, going forward, we cannot even exclude reversals. So we have to somehow make the conditions right such that this convergence can continue. If we look at TFP growth, it slowed down everywhere. So it also slowed down in the CZ region. But as it was mentioned, I think, by Deputy Governor Barnabas Virag, it slowed less in the CEC members. So there was even some catching up in TFP levels. Interestingly, if you compare to the US, it was stagnant in most of the 2010s. So I was a bit surprised to hear now that the 2010s were so good. But of course, compared to the EU or the Euro area, there was still impressive catching up in TFP levels. But what is, I think, more important to see is since 2014, we see some catching up again, while for the now Euro area of 20, the gap to the US is actually widening. So I would say the growth potentials are still in the East. And what have been the drivers? I don't think there are secret ingredients. It's the obvious ones. It was a window of opportunity, the capital reallocation, a golden age, I think, as you said. So they captured this window of opportunity. I think also the FDI in the banking sector was very helpful in ensuring that there was a sound and relatively cheap financing. I'm sure the last panel today can say more on that. And also the ability to integrate very quickly into the European global value chains. Of course, with the backdrop of having become a little bit of an extended workbench in some industries. I refer to the work of your institute, Richard, on the functional specialization. So actually, this middle income trap is also a big risk looking forward. And there are, of course, further risks, and many of them have been mentioned. Innovation is a bit lacking, and therefore maybe the financing of the early catching up period was good then, but it is not adequate for financing innovation. We need venture capital, we need a capital markets union. Demographics are being mentioned all the time, and I would like to mention another factor, which is a challenge, is the quality of institutions. So there has been big progress, but more is needed. There have even been, if you look at the World Bank indicators, not all countries have progressed. It's a big heterogeneity still, both in levels and in developments. So this is also, I think, a factor we have to watch, and where probably we can also do something.
Thank you, Julia. I'm glad that you mentioned trade and JVCs, as this will be discussed also in our second part of our conversation. Maybe, András, could you reflect on the Hungarian experience with convergence so far?
All right, so as the only National Bank of Hungary employee in that panel, let me also warmly welcome you in that conference. It is always a pleasure to speak with you guys, and always fascinating to share ideas and views. Usually we converge, not just in real economic sense, but also our view on the economy is also really, really similar. Maybe thanks to those conferences. So thanks again for organizing that conference. I think you know, the idiosyncrasies has emerged in the last decades, and if you look at Hungary, you know, that was also successful, just like the whole CE region. But in Hungary, you know, we had a really significant backdrop in the early 2000s, and that was the labor market. And in the last decade, there was a remarkable progress in the Hungarian labor market. That means that our activity rate and our employment rate was the second lowest in 2010. And now we are close to the EU average, and that means that more than 850,000 people is the additional labor force at the moment. Those are actually working at the moment. So that was a really significant, extensive kind of support for the economic convergence. And you know, that kind of problem, the roots of that problem goes back to the transition, which was some kind of mismanaged, especially in Hungary. Just look at the employment level of the Czech Republic, where there had been a much smoother transition in the case of in 1990s. So that is a very important factor that boosted the Hungarian economic momentum in the 2010s. But looking forward, if you look at the Hungarian demographics, you look at the unemployment rate, then you can conclude that, okay, we will not be able to repeat that kind of success. So we are looking for new drivers of economic convergence, new drivers of growth. And in the last decade, in the second half of last decade, actually the capital deepening was also a very important driver. So that was some kind of new phenomenon when the investment ratio was above 25%. And that contributed to the capital deepening, that contributed to the per capita GDP or productivity growth in Hungary. But looking forward, we think that innovation and value creation are the two most important factors we should rely on looking forward. So capital deepening is nice, FDI is nice for a certain level of convergence, for a certain level of GDP per capita. But we are very close to the developed country status, not just we, but the whole CE region. And therefore, we have to play on our strengths. And you know, we are a small country. We have to concentrate on talents, on human capital, and on innovative ecosystem where new innovative companies are born, and those companies are going to support the economic convergence for the medium to the longer term.
Thank you, Andras. Really interesting, you know, the story about the success of labor market, and I think Poland shares also this story of very high unemployment rate in the beginning of this century, around 20%, now also one of the lowest in the EU. So it's been a long journey, but fortunately quite successful. Jeff, I mean, a lot of has been already mentioned in terms of convergence by Julia, by Andras, but maybe you would like to add something. You have experience also from other converging economies and fast-growing EMEs from your previous positions at the IMF. So maybe you would like to add here also something.
Sure. And is this on? Can you hear me? It's great to be here. Yeah, one of the previous countries that I worked on was Hungary 15 years ago, and it's very nice to be back here and see old friends, and also from other central banks in the region. It's very nice to be here. Maybe I'd make two comments. The first on aging. I think we talk about this as this brutal problem all the time, but I think we're actually in a period where it's not proving to be as much of a challenge as we thought. The negative headwind from aging has been offset in recent years by immigration, and so it's not provided as much of a drag as we expected. And actually, if you look at the current forecasts, you see that the decline is supposed to be less than it has been, which will actually be a support to growth in the near term. So I think that's just a matter of 5 years, but I think over time, the math is very difficult. And I think when you talk to policymakers about it, you hear two things. One policymaker in the region that works on immigration said, you know, what drives his thinking on what is the right immigration policy is not growth accounting and trying to offset the headwind from aging, it's social cohesion. And that is the governing framework. And so I think that's always a useful corrective to the economists that think that simply immigration is going to be the solution to this in all cases. There's really a pushback that we've seen in the broader discussion. But as a second point on that, even some economists are eagerly not wanting to increase the immigration in the region because they think that this will be a means of incentivizing firms to invest in labor-saving technology, and such that you can maintain a high wage or move to a high wage economy. And I think that, you know, my response to that is basically just maybe. I mean, I'm a little worried that there seems to be a very relaxed attitude towards increasing wages faster than productivity, with the idea that fixed capital or firms will not choose elsewhere. So I think that this is an open question. The second point on innovation, I don't want to sound anti-innovation, but I do think that one small caveat is that TFP in the region is not yet at the frontier level, if you define that by the US. So there really is room to continue to have gains in TFP via transfers of others' innovation, and that is simply much easier than homegrown innovation. So I do think it's very important that the environment for FDI remains very good. Now, that said, innovation is very good. I think as convergence continues, the region will need to rely more on innovation going forward. And that is where I get a bit concerned. This was mentioned already twice, which is the access to financing for innovation. If you look at the financing model in this region, the homegrown financing is basically profits and bank-based financing. And profits is obviously not a way of financing risky innovation, because that's really just the incumbents that have profits, not new firms. And banks tend to be much more conservative. So I think finding a way to increase the capital going towards risky firms is going to be a real challenge going forward. And I think the discussion around capital markets is where a lot of that is happening. My worry is that everybody wants to develop their own capital market, and I think that that's quite a challenging way forward.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. I totally agree with the comment about the immigration, that while immigration could be a factor that that mitigates aging challenges, at the same time we need to take into account challenges related to social cohesion and make sure that immigration does not impinge on this social cohesion. So basically, that immigrants should, you know, most of all, be integrated in the labor market. But maybe now turning to Richard, we discussed already some challenges to convergence going forward. Julia mentioned one, Andras mentioned that we need new drivers for growth. What is your view here? What challenges do you see ahead, and can the region grow fast further in the years to come?
Okay, so thanks also for the invite to be here. It's a great pleasure, and happy birthday. Well, if I may make just one comment on what's already been said on the historical factors. So I agree absolutely with, you know, this region has been a great convergence success over the last 20, 25 years, also globally, if you look in the global comparison, you know. And I think there's no getting away from the fact that a large part of that has been specifically the EU integration. In my institute, we look at the whole of Central and Eastern Europe, also the Western Balkans, Eastern Partnership countries, etc. And there is an enormous difference, both in the level, but also the rate of convergence over this period. The EU member states, they're about 70% of the German per capita GDP level on average. The Western Balkans, Ukraine, Moldova, so the potential candidate countries, it's about 30% of the German level. So it's an enormous gap. And I think it reflects the whole package. It's the deep market integration, it's the huge FDI flows in which countries outside the EU find it harder to attract even now. It's the EU funds, the upgrading of infrastructure, it's all of the reforms, especially, and Julia mentioned more recent developments, but in the years preceding accession, all the countries of the EU member states of Central and Eastern Europe did huge reforms to qualify for EU membership in the first place. And I think this whole package has been very important. And if you look at the counterfactual of the Eastern European countries that are not in the EU, you see this very big difference. Now, can it continue? I mean, I think here we have to also acknowledge the big differences in the model. So there really isn't only one model here. I mean, there's the Central European manufacturing core model, which of course Hungary and to an extent, Poland is a more diversified economy, but both countries are part of. This has been hugely successful in terms of attracting FDI from Germany and other parts of Western Europe. And I mean, the Visegrad countries now, they are the Central European manufacturing core now. It isn't really Germany anymore in that sense. And that model now has challenges. It has challenges because of geo-economic competition. It has challenges because of the specifics of German industry, which still mostly owns the capital, and the problems that they are facing. Look at what happened to the German solar power industry over the last 10 years under Chinese competition, and what might now happen to other parts of German industry as well. But there are other models within the region. If you look at Estonia, for example, which is one of the convergence success stories, it's a very different model. It's an IT digitalization model, and they've had a great run with that, and they in many ways might be better prepared for this new world than some other parts of the region. Then if you go into Southeast Europe, Romania, which joined the EU a bit later, started on this sort of process later, has had a fantastic 10, 15 years in terms of convergence. And a lot of that, and it might not be the most popular message here, but a lot of that has been about running the economy very hot, basically. I mean, it's been a twin deficit model. And I myself have thought at times of, taper tantrum, pandemic, this is going to hit the wall now, and it hasn't. I mean, it's continued and continued. And so I think, this is often missed, especially a lot of the international commentary about the 20-year celebration of EU membership. Misses the diversity of the models within the region. And I think probably now, a lot of the last 20 years, a rising tide has lifted all boats. We're now in a much more difficult global economy, and probably these differences between the countries will matter more. Now, I definitely don't think it's over for the Central European manufacturing model at all, partly because foreign investors are still interested in the region, money's still coming into the region, but also because it will adapt, and it probably already is adapting in the directions that you mentioned. In our institute, we've done quite a lot of work on how countries can foster more of a culture of domestic innovation. And I think there are positive trends in some countries in that direction. So, and also, final point, I mean, because you asked in the build-up to this, and in the preparation, can they grow without Germany? Well, they are. I mean, right now, the region is growing reasonably well without any growth at all in Germany. So I think this kind of one-dimensional growth model never really existed, and it's certainly over now. And I would not be too negative about the future.
Thanks a lot. And indeed, I think the very important topic is that heterogeneity of the CC countries. Some of them converge rapidly. In some of them, the process is a little bit lagging behind, especially in Western Balkans, which are hopefully one day will sooner than later will join the EU. Julia, I know that you also work on Western Balkans economies. I was wondering if you would like to comment maybe on that as well.
Yeah, just very briefly. I mean, I fully agree with what Richard has said. There is big heterogeneity in the region, in the larger Central Eastern, Southeastern European region as such. But on many indicators, if you rank those countries, you find the Western Balkans, if you rank by increasing magnitude on the left-hand side and the EU member states on the right-hand side. So there is still some sort of blocks where the Western Balkans are much further behind. And we should not forget that they have not grown slower, and their catching up was not slower. On the contrary, it was, if you take the 24 years since 2000, I said EU members since CC grew on average annually 2 percentage points higher than the Euro area. Western Balkans 2.2 percentage points higher, so slightly more. But they have started from a much, much lower level. So they started at around 20% of the Euro area level, and they are now at the level where EU members started when they entered the EU. So looking forward, actually, we would need much higher growth rates in the region, something like the Chinese growth rates that we had when China did its impressive catching up. So I'm talking about maybe 2-digit rates, or at least 8 to 10% growth. And this is not on the horizon anywhere. Yeah. And that is really a problem for the catching up, and that means that this heterogeneity will persist. And that in itself is also feeding back negatively on the integration process, because it's dragging too long. If it would continue at this speed, we might see a sort of closing the gap in 2070. This is not where I would not witness that. So that is really far too far away in the future. And I fully agree with Richard that funds, capital is important, is needed, and EU funds are important, and it's a complete difference in magnitude what these countries receive as pre-accession funds. Even with the new growth plan, that sort of doubles the funds to the region, and still they're at the lower end of what EU members receive in terms of EU funds. And I think given the small aggregate size of these economies on the Western Balkans, I'm not talking about the Ukraine because that's in a different program for the moment, but for the Western Balkans, given their small joint size, I think we could actually make an effort here to support their convergence much more than we do at the moment.
Thank you, Julia, for your interesting points. Before we move to another topic, maybe any of you would like to comment on prospects of convergence, or, yeah, Andras.
If I may, so I really would like to avoid to compare TFP levels in different countries. So I firmly believe that, you know, Hungary does not have a production problem because our output is really significant. And if you calculate the TFP with the output and not the added value, then we are much, much better off. Mm-hmm. So we produce hell a lot of cars. We are going to produce hell a lot of batteries. But the problem is stemming from the structure of the economy, and that is the added value content of the production. Mm-hmm. And through FDI, through further integration to define the value chain, you cannot produce any more added value, or at least the share of the added value will not increase over time. So that's why maybe you heard about the smile curve from Baldwin. And you know, that means that in the production phase, the added value content of any activity is extremely low. And you know, when an FDI comes into country, they would not like to welcome any high wage growth or sustainable convergence in living standards, because in that case, you know, that will not be as lucrative as it is at the moment. So that's why maybe that's the most important difference between us, that the very low TFP. I really hate TFP because, you know, that incorporates the problem of the capital account, which is extremely uncertain. But if you look at GDP per capita or GDP per hourly worked, you know, we have to move in that smile curve to the innovation side of the production chain, I think, and that is the way forward. So that's why I think that further capital deepening in the same structure with the same FDI drivers is maybe not the way forward, especially if you take into consideration, you know, the negative external effects of production. Maybe you take into consideration the brain drain, and also there are some kind of domestic brain drain. Because if you have an FDI that can pay you much higher wages as a domestic SME or an innovative firm, you know, the talented people are going to go to the FDI or abroad. So that's why our suggestion is that capital deepening was a very important factor of the previous success. But looking forward, I think we cannot import knowledge, capital, and growth anymore. We have to rather rely on our own factors of growth. That's my point.
Okay, so thank you all for all the points raised during this part of our panel. I would like to move to another topic slightly related to convergence, but not convergence in real incomes, but more convergence in business cycles, which probably from the central bank perspective is also very relevant, especially for those CE countries that are in the euro area, but also for countries outside the euro area. Business cycle synchronization is relevant for monetary policy because it can shape, for example, exchange rates or capital flows. I know that, Julia, you did some research on this topic, so could you please share with us what you found out?
Well, thank you for coming back to this. Indeed, my colleagues, Nico Petz and Thomas Turner at the Österreichische Nationalbank, they are doing some work in progress where they look at, they use the unemployment rate to infer business cycle for 9 Central Eastern, Southeastern European countries, so among them 6 EU members and 3 countries on the Western Balkans. And they also estimate Phillips curve to capture some structural features using time-varying coefficients as over the period 2000 to 2023, they see that this is indeed justified to do so. Because the Phillips curve has essentially been flat over the period of the very low interest rates, but it is reappearing in the euro area as well, but also in Central Eastern, Southeastern Europe. And they see that I mean, maybe it's still a little bit flat in EU candidates, but it is certainly, and in Romania, but it is certainly reappearing in all other countries. And they find that these business cycles have become really more aligned with the euro area over time. Even there was quite a significant convergence in business cycles over the past 2 decades. And they can also show with these time-varying coefficients that the EU membership has accelerated this process of convergence. Of course, we know that recently we had also synchronized shocks, such as the pandemic. The euro area debt crisis also proved to be a rather synchronized shock. And the pandemic, I mentioned that. And some countries, they still lag the business cycle, for instance, Serbia and Bulgaria. But other countries have also substantially larger reactions. But for countries like Hungary, we actually see a surprisingly aligned business cycle. So in a sense, I think economically, the countries are even more integrated than sometimes institutionally. That holds not only for the non-euro area EU members, but also the Western Balkan economies to some extent. And I think it's also good news because even though you maintain in Poland and Hungary your own monetary policy, you are still open to the spillovers from the ECB policy. And therefore, I think it is a good message that we see this integration, not only in per capita income terms, but also in the alignment of business cycles.
So, thanks a lot. One thing related to this already, Richard touched upon this topic, whether the region can grow without Germany growing. So in recent years, maybe growth in Germany was quite weak, but some countries managed to grow relatively fast, notwithstanding weak business conditions in Germany. So I was wondering whether in the long run such discrepancy is possible, or how important is for the CE region that German economy rebounds going ahead to also foster convergence process in the CE region. So I'm curious to hear your views. Here, Richard already mentioned that.
I'm going to start it. So there were times when we have decoupled substantially from Germany. And that was mainly linked to previous FDI investment that resulted in a temporary increase in our market share. So as far as FDI is coming into the country, usually the export market share is increasing over time, and that results in some kind of decoupling. We have witnessed it back then in 2010s when the large-scale automotive FDI projects came into the country. Hopefully, we are going to see this again in the new investment phase when Chinese investments are emerging, and in the manufacturing of electronic vehicles, we are going to see some improvement. But I think that is rather some kind of cyclical phenomenon. So temporary, we can deviate if we are going to see some kind of market share gains. Again, I think the most important question is who is going to gain that market share, and who is going to benefit from it. If only the Chinese car manufacturers and the Filipinos, those are coming also with the Chinese car manufacturers, then it's a problem. So despite the fact that maybe we are going to decouple for a temporary period of time from Germany. You know, I think we have to really concentrate on the income side of the story and not the production side of the story. So what about Hungarian residents? That's my most important question. And we should see some kind of, again, value creation is the formula. If you are going to produce more value, more product that is interesting for a German customer or an Austrian one, then we are going to see further improvement in our market share, you know, without importing the technology and then paying that to the paying for it for the Chinese companies. So again, value creation, innovative firms, and you know we have conducted a really significant research, and you know we have something to build on, because we have 1,100 Hungarian innovative firms. Those are innovative and also gazelles in the OECD definition. Those are the Hungarian innovation-driven enterprises, the so-called HIDEs, and you know that is 0.3% of all the companies, 0.3%, but they account for 13% of total exports and 23% of the total GDP growth in the last decade. So you know that is the seed. And I would like to see so many seeds, and 2,200 and 3,300 innovative firms in Hungary, and those firms actually creating value and increasing our export market share, and from you know domestic resources, domestic knowledge, and domestic innovation capacities. So I think that is the long-term story, but we have to work on it because you know cyclically we have seen already deviations. But we have to do it for a sustainable manner, because catching up is good only as far as it is sustainable.
May I just support this, that I think in the long term, Europe is strong when it's united and it's sort of growing together. Therefore, I would also doubt that also in a longer term that the region could be successful or could grow more without high growth in Germany as well. And also, even in the current forecasts, I think the muted outlook is very strongly related to also weak outlook for Germany. So.
Okay, so I guess that we all keep our fingers crossed for German economy to rebound. Andras,
maybe just see it more as the European economy.
European, yes, indeed. You mentioned China's role, so we can, I guess, smoothly move to another topic of our conversation today, which is integration, trade. As we already discussed in the beginning, trade and integration played important role in convergence. But today, the global environment appears less conducive to trade, basically with trade wars between the major economies, with the pandemic and the impact of Russian invasion of Ukraine, that reinforced calls for greater self-sufficiency and reshoring of production. So I was wondering how vulnerable to this growing geopolitical fragmentation, trade tension is the CEE region. Jeff, maybe you would start.
I mean, I think it's completely fine to talk about the limits to FDI and the limits to relying on FDI solely going forward. But I do think that in fragmentation, a lot of that debate is playing out around how flows of FDI are going to change going forward. And so right now, what you see is basically the idea that production is going to be gradually shifting to the periphery of China, the periphery of the US, and the lower wage parts of Europe. And what you see in the data so far is you see a lot of movement to Vietnam, you see a lot of movement to Mexico, where capital expenditure is booming, and you see less of this story in Central and Eastern Europe. So, I mean, I think our sense is that fragmentation is going to be a world that is going to be slower, some mixture of slower growth and higher inflation, but within that, there can be winners and losers. And I do find it interesting, like was said earlier, basically throughout this region, there's a belief that it will be a winner in fragmentation. And that belief is not so much based on wage competitiveness, which is declining somewhat in the current environment, but really on non-wage issues, which is based on being close proximity to Western Europe. And so, I mean, what's interesting is to think about there's kind of two models going on. One is where Western European firms that might have gone to Asia would go to Central and Eastern Europe instead, which is, I think, what Secretary Yellen had in mind when she talked about friendshoring. And then there's the second model, which is Chinese firms that would otherwise produce in China choose to produce in places that are not China in order to make it easier to have access. And I would say of these two, we don't see a lot going on in this region, but maybe we see more high-profile cases of the second, particularly in car manufacturing. And I think this is going to be a very interesting thing to follow going forward. If you look at the 70s and 80s in the US, when imports of cars to the United States were growing very quickly, it became politically unpalatable. Then you saw a big rise in protectionism. And what happened is that Japanese firms started to do FDI into the United States. And now Honda and Toyota are no longer seen really as foreign firms in the United States. And I think one reaction that a lot of Europeans have when they go to the United States is they can't believe how many Japanese cars that we have relative to European. And so this was the model followed there. And the question is will a similar model follow here where you see a big rise in FDI by Chinese firms as we've seen most recently with BYD. So I think, again, fair point on the limits to relying solely on FDI, but I do think that this is the space in which this discussion about fragmentation is playing out. Will this region be able to attract FDI and be a relative winner in the course of this fragmentation?
Thanks a lot. So as I understand, you're a little bit cautious about the future in terms of, nearshoring or friendshoring, that CE countries will need to find their way amid this geopolitical and trade tensions. Richard, what's your view here?
Yeah, I mean, I would share the concern, I think. So I think, yes, the region is very vulnerable to this geo-economic competition. We're talking about very trade-dependent, very open economies here. And just to add on the point about functional specialization, been mentioned a lot, but we've done quite a lot of research on this. I mean, if you look at where the FDI has been going, even recently, it's very much in the production part of the value chain. It's very much in the bit where less value is created and where you're still competing on labor costs effectively. And over time, these patterns haven't changed at all, even as the countries have converged. And the Visegrad countries are now globally extreme outliers relative to their level of wealth in terms of how reliant they are on production within the value chain. So that specific model, the fact it hasn't changed, makes the region particularly vulnerable, I would say, to what is going on at the moment. Now, in my institute, our policy prescriptions for that are that the growth model needs to change. That's how you reduce the vulnerability. You build up more of a domestic innovation ecosystem. You transition to higher value parts of the value chain. As I said, certain signs in that direction, but it's a long way away still for a lot of the region. So right now there's the vulnerability. Now, I find traveling around the region a lot of optimism about nearshoring, here a lot of positivity. And I'm afraid to say I don't really share it at the moment, not only because it would anyway exacerbate this model, which I think is a bit of an issue, but even if it didn't, what we see in the latest data, we just had our FDI report for Central and Eastern Europe, and there is new capital coming into the region from Germany. There was an increase last year compared to the year before, but by far where the new German capital is going is to the US, actually, not into Central and Eastern Europe. And that's IRA related, that's maybe sort of with Trump or potential Trump presidency in mind as well. So I think what we see at the moment is you have the two major parts of the global economy, China and the US, engaging in serious industrial policy and increasingly an economic war. And we at the moment in Europe and Central and Eastern Europe, but Europe in general, are being squeezed within this. And we talk to a lot of the private sector, and this comes up more and more, that in certain segments of their business in Central and Eastern Europe, they're basically selling because they cannot compete, especially with subsidized Chinese products. And so I think this is the world that we are in now, and it makes me very worried about European industry in general and about German industry, which still is so central to this region. I already mentioned, what happened in the last 10 years to the German solar power industry under these conditions. And I was reading the Financial Times at the weekend what the people from Volkswagen were saying now about the inability to compete with the Chinese. And as much as I would like the model to change right now, the health of German industry is crucial for this region. And if German industry is under this kind of pressure, I think it's a problem. Now, we may see things change at the EU level. I think that is what many people are hoping for. Certainly many businesses are hoping for. That, after the election yesterday, we have von der Leyen Commission Part 2, and we have a more serious, EU engagement in the reality of this global economic conflict that we're in. If that happens, more serious EU industrial policy, more protection of the EU market, then we're in a different world, I think. But right now, I mean, we're pretty far from that. So I would say, as much as I would like it to be different, for the perspective of this region, I'm pretty worried about this. I would say, though, on friendshoring is more interesting, I think. So I think the nearshoring is a problem because of, at the moment, going to the US, the IRA, etc., because not necessarily labor cost, but labor availability is definitely a barrier to new investment in this region. Friendshoring, if it's really about more of a push from the EU side, and where I think certainly NATO membership is very important. There might be some more opportunities for the region there, I think, but overall it's not, I don't share the optimism that I hear in a lot of the region about nearshoring.
Yeah, so thanks for sharing your concerns. Julia.
I also was very disappointed when I saw your FDI figures coming out last week or 2 weeks ago. But there is just a grain of good thing in it as well, which you mentioned that also particularly within greenfield investments are severely down, but within the greenfield investments, renewable energy projects gain importance. And here I think the bigger EU picture comes in again. So that there may be hope, despite we also see radically worsening price competitiveness in many indicators, real exchange rates, unit labor costs. But given an integrated framework for some industrial change, some greening of the economies, I think the Eastern European countries are particularly well suited to take advantage of it, given also the co-funding by the EU funds.
Okay, so maybe Andras, do you share these concerns about vulnerability of the CEE region to growing tensions in global trade, or maybe you see some advantages of the region that would help them to attract new FDIs?
I think the risk is significant, and there is another problem we are facing with, especially Mr. Barnabas Virag and Martin Knightley, because we are going to see again a Phillips curve, as you have mentioned, and there are trade-offs in the economy, which we did not get in the 10s. However, those questions are even more pronounced at the moment, that if you have a very low unemployment rate, that can trigger inflation. And in addition, we are open economy definitely, and with the steepening of the Phillips curve, the exchange rate pass-through is also amplified. So those are the factors that complicates the life of a macroeconomist in a central bank. May I just put it that way? So definitely it has certain risk.
Okay, so you mentioned wages competitiveness, wage competitiveness, and indeed recent years saw very high growth in nominal wages in the region of around 40% if we calculate nominal wage growth on average since the outbreak of pandemic, against around 15% in the euro area. So clearly this leads to lower competitiveness of the CEE region, especially also as real exchange rates appreciated strongly. So I was wondering, how do you see competitiveness, price competitiveness, but also maybe non-price competitiveness of the region? So I know it's very relevant for the IMF because it's closely related to external balances. Maybe Jeff, could you?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think some of the data on the wage competitiveness is a bit mixed. If you look at real exchange rates on a CPI basis, it looks like there's been huge appreciation. If you look at real exchange rates on a ULC basis, it doesn't look quite as bad unless you're in Bulgaria, where it's very extreme. I think I would also argue that I think it's important to look at unemployment and the wage data a bit carefully. I feel like unemployment rate has lost its signal as a big insight into the tightness of the labor market. If you plot GDP growth against the employment rate, GDP growth has been bouncing all around while the unemployment rate has stayed quite low. I feel like in this recent period, the slack variable has really been productivity. So you've had labor hoarding as output has plummeted, and so you get a sharp fall in labor productivity, cyclical, not structural, I think. And so, you know, it looks like the labor, I mean, obviously when vacancies are extremely high, it's a bit of a different story, but I think that we're now seeing a gradual pickup in productivity, seeing a pickup in output without a pickup in employment. Some places we're seeing a fall in employment, which should take out some of the pressure on the wages. On the wages itself, I think, you know, we see three broad drivers of the wages. The minimum wage increases that we're seeing everywhere in the region. There's the compensation for lost real income from the inflation shock, and then there's this labor market tightness component. I think the minimum wage increases are starting to worry. I hate talking about this as the IMF because it sounds like we're always negative on these things. The minimum wage ratio to the median wage is approaching 60%. I don't think we have any rule of thumb at which point it triggers broader problems, but that tends to be the level at which we get concerned. The second factor, which is the compensation for past inflation, that should be unwinding. We should be losing that upward force on wages going forward because inflation is coming down. And then that leaves this issue of labor market tightness and the leverage that employees have. And I think that's where there's a big uncertainty going forward. So, you know, I think right now our forecast is that productivity is going to pick up because output picks up and employment doesn't. And then meanwhile, we're going to see nominal wage growth slow because inflation is slowing, and that this is going to be a general soft landing. We'll come out of this with a little bit less competitiveness than we entered into it, but not with gaps eliminated.
Thank you, Jeff.
That's a pretty benign scenario, but that's our baseline.
I think it's a really good point on the unemployment rate, that it's lost its signal, as you know, notwithstanding weak economic growth in some countries, still unemployment rate at historic lows. So this is something which is definitely a surprise to many. Would any of you would like to comment on the competitiveness issue?
I'm speaking too much in that panel, so sorry for that. But my problem is, again, you know, the levels, because you are absolutely right. I think we see the same picture, that there is going to be a pro-cyclical rally in the case of productivity. But you know, the problem is that the wage bill divided by the nominal GDP is extremely low in Hungary. So that is 50%. So the wage share is extremely low in Hungary, mainly as a consequence of the previous profit inflation that took place in Hungary. So therefore, you know, from wages perspective, you know, I don't see any issues as regards of competitiveness. And in addition, our point is that you cannot maintain such a high wage differential in an open labor market as the EU is, because that is going to harm your competitiveness, because all the skilled labor is going to leave your country, and you know that is bad for your competitiveness, not that there is going to be some kind of wage dynamics. So wage levels and the wage share are very low at the moment, and that's why I'm not that concerned.
Thanks, Andras. Another fascinating topic of markups and profits during the recent spike in inflation. We need to move forward to the topic of what should be the policy response to the issues that we discussed today. We discussed many topics, from convergence, aging, innovation, competitiveness, trade policies, or global value chains. But maybe if you could pick one topic here, what about policy implication? It could be either from structural policy, fiscal policy, or central bank policies. It would be great. Jeff,
okay, I can
please.
start. Maybe one structural and one monetary. I think on the structural, I'm not very hopeful about the progress on capital markets union so far. Everything seems to be under the idea that you can harmonize and basically everybody keeps their own separate capital markets and that somehow capital flows seamlessly. I think perhaps maybe there's too much of a sovereign approach to the capital markets discussion. And I think this is very important for the financing of innovation. I think countries are basically connecting how to, what to do with savers' money to how to finance their own firms. And so what you get is basically fiscal incentives and regulations that force domestic savings and pensions to finance domestic firms. And I think that ends up with overly low returns. So I think there needs to be much more agnosticism about borders when it comes to capital market development, or else we won't get the funding that's outside of the banking sector. I'd say the second one is on monetary policy. I think there needs, there's an interesting column this weekend by Adam Posen on central bank convergence that I recommend. And he makes the point about the fact that it's quite surprising how similar inflation has been in the United States and the euro area, and how similar interest rates have been in the United States and the euro area, despite everything else being different between those two economies in terms of labor markets, in terms of fiscal policy, in terms of growth. And I was surprised at what he concluded with, which is that IT is working perfectly. I think that we need to better understand supply shocks in the context of inflation targeting. And I think that both because of what we just went through, which is very large and sequential supply shocks, but also because of what's happening on fragmentation, which I think can be modeled as maybe we have ahead of us a decade of continuous leftward shifts in the supply curve, which could be pushing upward inflation on a steady basis. You can debate whether this is price level or inflation, but it's plausibly inflation until we reach a new steady state. And in this environment, what is the right response for central banks? Is it to engineer reductions in demand in order to bring prices back, or is it something else? So I think that thinking through what is the responsible thing for central banks to do in supply shocks is a big area going forward. We're no longer in the world we were in before, where supply shocks are very brief and they kind of get out of your price level in 12 months. They might be big and continuous. And I think this is a big area for thought. And it's a bit of a different conversation with small open economies, where there's so much of the inflation is imported, but I think it exists there as well. So that it doesn't look like there's excessive dovishness. Sometimes it's just allowing supply shocks to go through. And I think this relates to the topic about what the right inflation target is going forward.
Yeah. Who would like to comment on policy part? Julia?
Yeah, I can only echo what has been said in opening this conference. But I actually wanted to say this even before I heard your speech. I think it's really our task as central banks is just to guarantee the stability, and both the price stability, and I would like to say in the context of Central Eastern, Southeastern Europe, also external stability is very important, especially when you think that many countries in the region are highly euroized and are inflation targeters. Not Hungary particularly, but many others. I mean, on average, we know from a survey we undertake in 10 countries, 6 of them EU members and 4 in the Western Balkans, that every 10th person in CZ countries have, in those countries with a known currency, hold euro. And there are, of course, huge differences. In Hungary, it's only about 15% of the population. In Macedonia, it's as much as 60%. So there are differences, and also there are differences in the shares. But on average, they are pretty high. They are non-negligible, and around 200 euros up to 850 euros in Romania. And so this is not just because it's left over from a holiday or you intend to travel. It's not only held for transactions, but this is maybe more a motive here in Czechia, Bulgaria, Poland and Hungary. But it's also very often used for domestic purposes for payments at home and as a means of storing value, which again proves the trust in the euro. We've seen this also in 2022, where these holdings, not only cash holdings, but also deposit euroization increased, and we attach it to the Russian attack on Ukraine, which let people go into a safe currency. So that does not only mean that you have some stability concerns for prices, but also for financial stability concerns can arise. And therefore, it's not surprising that countries with very high euroization, like Serbia and North Macedonia, they have also stability programs in place. But I think it's really the utmost task of the central banks to guarantee this stability. And it's very challenging, of course, in the current environment. But then other policies can build on this stability.
Okay, thanks a lot. And we have 2 minutes left. So Richard and Andras, please, if you have any comment on policy implications, please be very brief.
Okay,
if possible.
Very briefly, I would say, from the EU side, I would like the EU to move much more quickly in recognizing this geo-economic reality we are in and taking that much more seriously. Domestically, I would say only two things. One, moving towards creating a better domestic innovation system and the connections between the financial sector, academia, policymakers, private sector, in the way that it works in the most advanced economies of the world, because there is innovation happening in this region, but we need to find a way to scale it up. The other thing is on the labor shortages, which I think is the biggest challenge of all probably, and that is a joint effort of policymakers in the private sector. It will be a mix of automation, immigration, increasing activity rates. It's not easy, but that has to be tackled for long-term growth of the region.
Thanks a lot. Andras?
I think we have reached a singularity, or at least we have converged really remarkably. I think smart money is lacking at the moment, especially in Hungary, but also in the CE region. And actually, we improved our legal system. Convertible note is now available for startups to finance themselves. Safe note is going to be available for the startups to finance themselves. And some kind of National Bank of Hungary's contribution was in those programs. So we are extremely proud of that. And definitely, okay, we are central bank, so we are fiscal hawks. That means that we would like to welcome more and more fiscal tightness or low debt to GDP levels in order to increase the maneuverability of the fiscal policies to absorb shocks, definitely. So I think those are the two most important.
If I can just add on that, since I feel like I should mention fiscal, I do think that this is an area where we are a bit short on ideas in the region right now. We have deficits still well above any kind of debt stabilizing, and we're heading into a period where we only see the expenditure obligations on the government rising, whether it's due to defense, to aging, to climate, to digitalization. So thinking through what are the areas in which we want to cut/raise revenue, there, you know, at least my experience traveling around the region, everybody wants to improve tax administration. And, you know, while great, I'm not sure that's going to be enough to bridge this gap. So I support the idea, but I think speaking in concrete terms as to where that's going to come from is the next step.
That's your point. Okay, so this time I give it to you.
Okay, thanks a lot. I think we covered a lot of ground today, from convergence, its prospects, and so far developments. I think we agree that the previous decades were quite successful in the region. There are challenges ahead related to innovation, related to deepening of capital markets, related to labor shortages. There are some vulnerabilities in the region, as I understand, related to geopolitical tensions and also shifts in global trade patterns that are taking place. As regards policy conclusions, I think we agreed that central banks should remain prudent and cautious because of still challenges ahead related to price developments, while fiscal policy should also, I mean, there are challenges related to growing expenditures. Again, Julia, Richard, Jeff, Andras, it was a pleasure to have a discussion with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zsuk, for moderating this stimulating discussion, and our gratitude also goes out to all the panelists for their insightful inputs. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for another coffee break. We will meet again in 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our conference, which continues with its second panel discussion. Joining me on stage, please welcome Mr. Ádám Banai, Executive Director of the Monetary Policy Instruments, Financial Stability and Foreign Reserve Management Directorate at Magyar Nemzeti Bank, who will moderate the discussion. The title of the discussion is The Evolving Role of Central Banks in the Decade of Challenges. Welcome, Mr. Banai. Let me also introduce the participants of the panel discussion. Ms. Joanna Niewiedzynska, Head of Monetary Policy Strategy Division, Economic Analysis and Research Department at Narodowy Bank Polski. Mr. Tomáš Strányak, Director of Settlement Department at Národná banka Slovenska. Mr. Ika Körhönen, Head of Research, the Bank of Finland Institute for Emerging Economies. And Mr. Csaba Bálint, Board Member at the National Bank of Romania. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Banai and our distinguished speakers.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to be here with this great panel, and thank you for coming to the Central Bank of Hungary. It's a very important conference for us. And I was thinking of that with Thomas. Actually, I've met last time in Warsaw when the same conference was organized by Narodowy Banka Polska. And we have a title which is a very broad title, actually, and it's very important to be as broad as possible because we have a very diverse group of people here on the stage. So we will be able to get a lot of insights in central banking in these very interesting times. What we have in the last, I would say, a couple of years, but probably it's more than a couple, but 1.5 decades. And I wanted to start as a brief introduction with something personal, in the sense that I started here at the Central Bank of Hungary in 2008, in the summer of 2008. And when I started here, I joined the Financial Stability Department, and I was told that financial stability is important, but it is not among the most important parts of the central bank. I was very proud when in August of 2008 I had the chance to have some wines with the guy who was responsible at that time for the rate decision meetings, and I felt like probably at one time I will be also responsible and in that field, and not on the financial stability field for sure. But in a month after the 15th of September, when the Lehman collapsed, financial stability became very important. And after this very long historical lesson, my summary would be that the central banking changed a lot in the last 1.5 decades. We got macroprudential mandate. We had a lot of programs which we could not imagine before 2008. And we are going forward. Central Bank of Hungary, for example, became one of the greenest central banks. So we have a lot of tasks on the plate. And if we turn back to our original mandate, price stability, we also see that we have a lot of challenges in these years, as inflation came back after more than a decade, and we have seen a lot of severe shock. We have seen a very turbulent environment, and in this environment, when we have inflation again, my first question would be a very easy warm-up question. What has changed with the inflation? What is the nature of this newly coming inflation? And what is your opinion on a long term? Will this inflation be permanent or not? So very easily, what are the inflationary expectations for the near future, by your opinion? And I turn to Thomas first.
Okay, Adam, thank you very much for having us. It's a great pleasure to be here. I think it's very convenient that this second panel and the first topic goes immediately after the first one, because even during the speeches of the two vice governors and the prior panelists, the causes of this inflationary state as we see it right now have been named, I think, very correctly. So we've got huge amounts of liquidity which were supplied in the previous decade for reasons like starting economy and then also maintaining stability and basic trust in the system. And then we had the rising geopolitical pressures which put large pressure on the supply side of economics and the cost of resources. And also the accelerated struggle to keep up with the goals of reducing carbon emissions and pretty much going as green as possible, right? So these all things play together. For a practical central banker, the question now is how long the impact of these factors is going to be in place, and how long are they going to be so strong to really determine the height of the inflation. Now, if your question is whether the coming decade would see some kind of dramatic decrease, well, at least from my point of view, the factors will still play their role, right? I think it would be too premature to say that whether we should be seeing two-digit inflations, that would be too much. But definitely, I personally don't really see any indications of the factors weakening to a point which would bring us to the level of inflation of developed economies, let's say, in the previous decade.
Thank you. So staying at the inflation, I would ask Ika, how do you see this newly coming inflation, especially since we see that the ECB started its rate decrease. So is it over, or?
Well, as the Governing Council and Madame Lagarde stated, we are now going from one meeting to another and looking at the data. It would seem that most of the disinflation has already taken place, and I think this was partly just the effects of huge terms of trade shock that hit not just euro area, but many advanced economies in 22 and early 23. That energy price shock has more or less worked its way through. So in that sense, that part is over. We are still seeing some service price increases, but as Governing Council stated, they seem to be on the sort of downward path, and it seems that we are now at least getting significantly closer to our inflation target than we were, say, 1 year ago. Thanks.
So, yeah, we are much closer, but still the factors you mentioned, Thomas, as well, like the huge liquidity in the system, are staying with us for long term. And as I see, many of the central banks are struggling to deal with this situation, because on the other hand, monetary conditions should be much stricter than before. And although the ECB started to decrease rates, what we see is that the Fed is still hesitant about how to go forward, and what other tools are in the hand to keep inflation down, or get it down and keep it on a low level for long. And on the other hand, what we see, for example, in Hungary, but I think it's very similar to others, that many of the actors, especially the corporate sector, are complaining about this new rate environment. So it was very easy in the last decade to get used to for the low rate environment, that it's very hard to see that we are on another level. And my question would be, what is the expectation about the rates on the long term? Will it get back to that very favorable environment, which was very attractive for all the participants in the 2010s, or will we have to settle to this permanently high interest rate environment? So turn to Joanna to answer this easy question.
Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me to take part in that panel that I think raises very important questions for central banks. So I don't want to reveal any secrets, but in the preparatory exchange of emails, I volunteer for that question, even though I don't have a simple answer to it. Probably the answer as to most questions in economics would be it depends. And of course, I would like to indicate some factors that do influence the level of interest rates going forward. If we took a bit broader perspective and we concentrate on natural interest rate, we have a number of factors to name that will influence the level of natural interest rates going forward, and this, of course, is influencing central banks' interest rates. Probably the crucial thing is what shocks will hit us next. We probably all count for the best, so we would welcome a positive productivity shock that would that may stem from artificial intelligence or similar inventions. But we cannot forget about shocks that are much less positive, I would say, that are like negative ones. They are elegantly labeled geopolitical tensions. Of course, like human disasters are covered with that term at times, and those geopolitical tensions may mean different things. In Europe, we mainly think about Russia. On the global scale, we have much more places of concerns. We should also remember about the US trade dispute with China, the end of globalization, probably the move to deglobalization, fragmentation, and all those factors that I named until now, they are speaking for higher interest rates going forward. Of course, we have even more longer-term tendencies related to demographic, to aging, to shrinking labor markets, labor supply that would push real interest, nominal interest rate, natural interest rate down. So I would say that probably the factors that would act towards higher rates will dominate, although probably we will see some normalization of the rates going forward, but probably not to the pre-pandemic levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you told some secrets, and the other secret is that although the email was sent to Chava as well, but he didn't recognize, so he became familiar with this question only here, which is interesting in the sense that he will tell you his first idea regarding the question. What I see is that Romania started to perform well, so it is in a better situation. So what is the expectation from a Romanian point of view regarding the rate? Although you keep the rate, and we are closer than before in Hungary with the rates. So how do you see the potentials in rates, and also what are the expectations for you regarding the inflation?
Thank you very much, Adam. It's a great pleasure to be here. And first of all, I would like to transmit best wishes to the National Bank of Hungary, Magyar Nemzeti Bank, and the National Bank of Poland, Narodowy Bank Polski, for celebrating their 100 years anniversary. It was a very difficult century, and we are in the middle of a difficult and challenging decade. So I really liked Joanna's response answer. It depends. The very short answer would be that yes, most likely in this business cycle, in the post-COVID business cycle, inflation rates and interest rates, at least in nominal terms, will be somewhat higher. The question is rather related how much. It is about a 0.5 percentage points, 1 percentage points, or maybe more. Joanna, as Joanna said, it depends. First of all, it depends on inflation, and I would like to add a few ideas to inflation developments. This is the key factor behind. So the big picture is that the impact of the global cost shock has started, is fading. It is very clear, and it has a very important contribution to the disinflation process, together with the actions of central banks. So it was necessary, but of course the overall job is not done, and particularly in our case, in the CE region, including Romania. So this global cost shock triggered a huge inflationary wave at the global level and in the CE region as well. And I would say that we can distinguish at least several waves. I would say 3+1 waves. The first was coming from the non-core items, the energy, particularly the energy segment, gas prices, electricity prices skyrocketed. To some extent, fuel prices also went up. So this was the first phase, the first wave, but we are over. The second wave was related to the food industry, and in our countries, in the CE region, food has a quite high share in the consumer basket. And it seems that this wave is also fading. And the last wave, the third wave, is related to the heart of the inflation, the root of the inflation, the really underlying core inflation indicators, core goods and particularly core services, market services inflation. I think we are over a turning point, but this segment seems to be quite sticky. And +1. +1 because it is not part of the consumer basket, but we have to monitor very carefully wage inflation. And in this case, it is clear that the job is not done. I think that there will be, as the previous panel was discussed, we have a perspective, a positive perspective, because wage growth is rather backward-looking in our economies. So the perspective is promising, but we have to do more. I would say that this sequence of inflation shocks, inflation waves, the sequence, the order was not surprising. What was really surprising in this period, the strength and the speed of the transmission, the pass-through coefficient was surprisingly high. And I think that we we need to get a better understanding why this has happened. We have a growing literature in microeconomics. I think there is a lot of advancements, particularly in behavioral finance, in order to understand how certain players are thinking. We have sophisticated models and advancements in, in macroeconomics, but we need a connection, we need a link between this. And I think that network science could be, could have, it is particularly important to understand the infrastructure of the economy, how these shocks are propagating through the economy, including global level. So we had a cost shock, as I would say that at the root of this network, which propagated toward households, and we had also a demand shock after the reopening of the economy. And when these two shocks meet, we get inflation. So that the economy entered into a different inflation regime. So when shocks are relatively idiosyncratic in this network, in the economic system, these shocks can be absorbed. But when the shock is large, our calculation shows that the additional cost reach, at least in Romania, reached roughly 10%, maybe 15% of GDP. That's a large, really large shock. This is the result. But about the perspectives, yeah, as I said in the beginning, I think that we can do a lot. I stop here and maybe I will return to some perspectives on monetary policy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we will talk about research as well and a lot of other topics. So you will be able to add this. It was nice to hear that in Hungary, in the economic university, the first two sentences you learn is there is no free lunch and it depends. So it was good to hear that it is similar in other countries as well. Going back to this new rate environment, what I feel and I see in Hungary, for example, I was on a construction industry conference and I was told, it was at the end of the last year, by one of the big leaders of this industry, that they would need 5% interest rate for the loans. And I told them, okay, but today not even the US state can get those cheap loans for short term. So how do you think it? And why I told this story is that it seems that after this huge change in the environment, everybody became the expert of monetary policy, or at least of interest rate policy, which for sure from some industry participants is less interesting, but from other policymakers or from a governmental side, it can be a little bit more frustrating at least. So how do you see the future of central banking from this institutional perspective? How do you see what will be the setup for the central banks in the future, the turn to ECA first? And what would be actually the good setup, whether it is different from that we have today?
That's a very interesting and important question. I'm not sure if the optimal setup, or well, I don't know if we can get to an optimal setup, and optimal setups will differ by country because of their specific, say, legal and institutional setups. I do think the way most modern central banks have been set up now, where you have a strong concentration on monetary policy, but also on financial stability, is most likely the setup we will see, say, during the next 10 years as well. I do think for the current environment and for the current requirements, we need both. and then to go forward and to sort of be able to function as a central bank, then you need a solid analytical base. It means research, but it also means that you have people who can read research and apply it also at outside, say, research departments. So in that sense, I do think the current setup will mostly persist. There will be some enhancements, say, in the quality of people, in the requirements, in the education they have, but then that will be, it's more like a sort of fine-tuning the current system. Then perhaps if and when there are bigger changes in the structure of the economy, or more integration or less integration in certain parts of the world, then the setups will need to change to reflect that. And then, of course, in all parts of the world, there's constant need to monitor costs. In many countries, public sectors are cutting costs, so that will put pressure on central banks as well, even if they are not directly funded from budget revenues. Thanks.
Regarding the central banks, we have heard in other parts of the world that probably central banks should be closed, but also in Poland you have seen some different views on how central banks should behave. So what is your view, Joanna, on this institutional setup?
Yeah, so first of all, of course, the notion of institutional setup may mean different things, and clearly, normally what we understand under this topic is our rules and practices related to accountability, transparency, and independence of central banks. So, for example, how the mandates are formulated, how inflation targets are set, what is the decision-making body, how the process of making decisions is organized, what and how central banks communicate. What I would like to stress is independence in using various monetary policy instruments. As we have seen after the global financial crisis, predominantly advanced economies broaden the array of monetary policy measures at their disposal. And following the pandemic, that group of countries was joined by quite many emerging market economies that also decided to reach for what was at that point called unconventional monetary policy measures. So this is, first of all, quantitative easing, credit easing, at times also negative interest rates. The topic that I would like to cover maybe more in detail is forward guidance. That was a policy used to guide the markets how long ultra-loose monetary policy will be maintained after the global financial crisis and during the euro area sovereign debt crisis. But interestingly, during the pandemic, that measure was not used. Nowadays, many central banks, including the major ones, are explicitly speaking about meeting-by-meeting approach, data-driven monetary policy making. And I think that the key distinction between those contingencies are that currently, especially pandemic, was associated with such huge uncertainty that it was impossible to commit to any monetary policy going forward in a perspective of even few months. So I think what changed is the switch from guiding and committing to more meeting-by-meeting approach. And what I would like to stress is that that independence in selecting the measures to be used, the calibration is key for the central banks to simply to meet the mandates. And my final thought would be that, the aim of formulating central bank's mandate was to give a clear indication what is the main task of a central bank, which is in fact contributing to the overall macroeconomic stability of a country, understood predominantly by safeguarding price stability, nowadays, as already mentioned, supplemented with often explicit financial stability goal. And I think that goal is ambitious enough. I mean, we don't have to try to complement it, supplement it, to add any additional points to simple mandates of central banks in the form of supporting macroeconomic stability of an economy predominantly by providing price stability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas?
Actually, I fully agree with Ika and with Joanna. The importance of independence is basically paramount. I mean, I'm delighted that at least nowhere in the developed world currently there are no any indications of, let's say, somebody wanting to change the legislation of their country in such a way that would anyhow change or harm the independence of central banks. And it comes also with the context of the example which you have mentioned from the construction industry. It's a very worrying one, to be honest, because literally we see that people are becoming experts on everything. Everybody understands everything more than let's say, people with a degree or with the 20 years experience there. Everybody has this feeling. And this is something which is very, very dangerous. And the role of a central bank should be, I think, on top of all these mandates which were done by legislation, also to kind of implicitly start some kind of proactive approach to reach out to the general public with the aims of educating them, with more explaining them their work and explaining them why, in terms of monetary policy, you should listen to us more than to your neighbor, right? Because generally, you wouldn't do it with the matters of your health. You would listen to your doctor more than to your family member, or I don't know. So this is something which the central bank should also be, let's say, making priority to communicate. And also, as a general reflection, it's more and more apparent that there is a spotlight, but not only for the central bank, but for pretty much everybody, which kind of, again, not required by legislation, but required by general public to check whether the particular institution participates sufficiently in the latest trends, right? So, for example, whether, let's say, a central bank also does its fair share, whatever that would be, in going green for the country, etc. But I think we will cover this topic in one of the later points.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so our clear first mandate is very important and very hard to reach it without having any others. But as I mentioned, and as you also have seen, that in the last decade or so we got a lot of different new tasks from macroprudential policy, and also there are a lot of tasks we realized which are important to reach our primary goal. For example, what you mentioned, Thomas, the education part, it is very hard. We put a lot of effort in the Central Bank of Hungary to do so. So, Csaba, what do you think that what will be and what is the most important tasks for you in the Central Bank of Romania today? And in a broader perspective, what do you think, how will it change, or will it change?
You see, the primary goal is price stability. That's clear, and on the second place, financial stability. And regarding a green mandate, I think that the National Bank of Romania has a rather conservative approach. So, of course, this is a very important subject. It will determine probably this decade, next decade. So it's and central banks can support these goals. But I don't think, or at least we don't think at the National Bank of Romania, that this mandate should be incorporated. But we try to do our best. And I promised a few more ideas about. I had the time now to think more about your first question, and I would say that the central banks, particularly in our region, we have a role, a kind of role of balancing between price stability, the inflation goal, and financial stability goal. We have to acknowledge that our central banks, we really like our ships, but our ships are rather small in this great ocean, and we have to balance, we have to adapt our measures, and we have to acknowledge that we are working on the margin. On the margin, this could be extremely important on the medium and long term. This could make the difference, but in the short term, we have to be a bit flexible. And this is the story. Balancing is the story of the past few years. In 2020, the financial stability issues came into force. In the first place, if you see the fire in your house, you have to fight the fire. In 2021 and 22, I think the picture has changed, and inflation become again a primary concern, and we did our job. I would say that our response was relatively rapid. I think that we recognized relatively rapidly the risk coming from this inflationary shock, this wave. Last year, a short summary, high for longer, and in the past few quarters, this year is about starting cutting rates, relaxing, but cautiously, because the job is not fully done. And I would like to underline again a specific issue regarding our thinking. We like to think about R*, how this influence the economy, but I think again we should go a bit deeper and to understand more, to have a better understanding about the monetary transmission. That the surprise was particularly in the USA, but to some extent in the Eurozone and in the CE region, that much higher interest rate will trigger a deep recession, and it didn't happen. And if we start to analyze at micro level, and we start to analyze the channels, looking at PTI, payment to income, debt service to income ratios, so I think we need more colors behind these aggregated indicators. About the perspectives, as it was also discussed, the consensus, the mainstream thinking as that inflation will be higher and interest rates depends on inflation rate. So, so interest rates should be higher as well. And we think we have a lot of factors, geopolitical, geoeconomic tension, green and digital transition, higher fiscal deficit, relatively tight labor market, so yes, somewhat higher interest rates, but price stability can be achieved, and I think we have all the tools to do that. And in the CE region, we should focus on three plus one domains, factors. The first, I think, is inflation expectations. So we have to keep inflation expectations expectations anchored. Without anchored inflation expectations, we cannot limit wage growth, and we really need somewhat slower and sustainable wage increases. The second, in the CE region, very important, the exchange rate. So we have to keep relatively stable. We have to be very careful about the exchange rate. And the third is fiscal policy. I think that reaching price stability alone would be much more difficult. So I hope there will be some support from fiscal policy, but we also have to understand that given this new environment, making fiscal policy, reducing the government budget deficit is very extremely challenging. And plus one, as it was said by Tom, financial education, communication. So again, we alone it is difficult, but if we get some support from fiscal decision makers and the households, companies will have a better understanding. It could help a lot. Summing it up, I would say that in the previous decade, we had central banks had a role of a pillar. We tried to push inflation from the bottom to up. It was a rather glorious, victorious position. In this new decade, we should be somewhat more humble. From the top, we should push inflation toward the bottom, toward our inflation objective. So we need lower core inflation because new shocks could happen anytime. So yeah, the job is not fully done.
Thank you. Yeah, you mentioned that we have a small ship, but it's rather an interesting one and in a very complex ocean. And as you mentioned, it is hard enough to understand all the processes, what we should understand to make our job on a good way. For example, network effects and understanding the network effects are very huge. So based on these ideas, I would turn to the topic of research and the future of research, because although we have a very complex world to understand, but also we have much better computational capacity as ever before, which I think changed the trends as well in research. So how do you see the research part of the central bank, the role in making good policies? Ika?
Oh, thank you. This, of course, is a topic very close to my heart. I do think in most central banks there will be all kinds of economic research going on, but I think there are obviously a few central themes that are important. I do think in most, if not all central banks, you need to have some sort of macroeconomic model to be able to understand what happens in your economy when something happens, when interest rates are hiked up, lowered, if there's an energy price shock, whatever. And the economic research behind those models will continue. I mean, they might become more sophisticated. You might have heterogeneous agent models and so on. I think one big area where we still haven't done enough progress is try to sort of have meaningful macroprudential measures inside our macroeconomic models to try to see what kind of effects they have and what is the potential interplay between monetary policy and macroprudential policy in an economy and on a financial sector. I think that's an area where more work will be needed. And then, and this comes back to this sort of computing power you mentioned. We have access now to a lot of data. We have access to registry data. We have access to all kinds of private sector data that 10 years ago we didn't even dream of having. I think actually one of the positive aspects of COVID was that we were always looking for new data sources, and we actually became much better in combining that data and sort of trying to see what is going on, what is happening in the economy, and how can we better understand economic processes happening inside our own national economies, but also globally. I mean, I find it incredible that I can track most of sort of freight trade across the continents almost in real time, and I can see where ships are coming and going, and this is provided by a private data provider, and this is wonderful. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Joanna, what is on your research agenda?
So on that general thoughts, I fully agree with what was already said. I would maybe only name two research projects that are currently carried out at the National Bank of Poland. First is about Airstar. It's of course crucial for monetary policy. So our colleagues are investigating how Airstar is changing and what factors in what direction influence those changes. And the other topic is, we call it eCPI. It goes back to that computational capacities that increased in recent years. This project started in late 2009, and on a daily basis, a huge amount of individual price quotes are collected. They cover various products like grocery, pharmaceuticals, sports equipment, clothing, and probably some others that I haven't mentioned. This eCPI project proved helpful in both short-term forecasting and also, for example, analyzing the pass-through of changing VAT rates on product prices. And during the pandemic, an additional advantage that we had from having those data was also that we were able to see how the product availability was changing. And of course, that was a big issue, especially at the initial phase of the pandemic, with lockdowns announced and certain market segments not providing enough goods. So that was an additional insight that we had that we haven't planned when we initialized the project. So I would say that research is important. We also have, I would say, a big spillovers effect from research done at the central bank to academia, and it relates to that educational activities of central bank, making people more aware how economy functions, how monetary policy is acting. Also on that academic level, which I think is still needed given the manpower and skills that we managed to gather at the central banks.
Thank you. As we are running out of time, I would have only a last question, because as I mentioned, we are in one of the greenest central banks. Climate change should be among the topics. And it is also interesting from research perspective, as it, at least the time horizon of climate change is very different from those we got used to as a central banker. And there is a strong debate, for sure, between central bankers whether it should be among the topics or not. Csaba mentioned that they are more like on the traditional side. But the Slovakian National Bank started, as I know, a PTI regulation to help sustainable finance or support sustainable finance. So on potential tools, what is your view in the National Bank of Slovakia?
Well, okay, from a practical approach, like potential tools for, let's say, implementing any kind of green agenda. When it comes to financial products, which you mentioned in your email, Adam, these financial products, when you think about how they should work in practice, from, let's say, cash flow perspective, they would not be varied too much from standard products, right? What is very important, though, is let's say, I don't want to say the regulation, but the agreed rules and internationally agreed rules on how to treat the trades and how to treat certain things which are, at this point, a no discussion for standard financial products, like what is the triggering event of a default? Because I know that this is a discussion item, but it has not been decided. Then also, how do you discover and treat and report greenwashing, for example? So these are all the things which you can discover during the process of owning such tool, and this is really something for which the countries should cooperate with one another to make some kind of comprehensive set of rules, some general market practice, in order not to have a global environment where you would have a lot of space for arbitrage or generally a uncertain environment. Right.
What is the role in of a central bank in it? Just making the rules?
I would say that at this point, considering all the independency and everything, the role I would find as more advisory when it comes to establishing the rules. Just to provide this idea, okay, so a reflection of different rule proposals, like what is the most likely scenario if we implement these kinds of rules, how they are going to be reflected in the market. And just to be able to very clearly see whether by implementing something we are not going to cause more harm than actually more help.
And this is also a role of the research part of central banks to find out where we can be the most useful. So the time is up. Thank you very much. It was very interesting to talk to you. Thanks for coming to the Central Bank of Hungary. And I hope the whole audience could enjoy this panel. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam.
Mr. Banai, for moderating this intriguing discussion, and let me also express our gratitude to the panelists for sharing their great insights. You may take your seats in the audience. Thank you very much. Now, we are going to move on to the last panel discussion today. The next session will focus on the financial sector's view on the CEE region. I am pleased to welcome Mr. Uras Ülkü, Head of Emerging Market Europe Research at the Institute of International Finance, on stage as the moderator of the investors panel, as well as our distinguished speakers. Mr. Ülkü, please join us on stage. Thank you, and let me introduce the speakers as well. Mr. Mark Patrick, Head of the Macro and Country Risk Team at TIAA, sorry. Mr. Stephen Elgee, Chief Strategist at Argo Capital Management. Mr. Philip Meyer, Senior Sovereign Analyst at Erste Group Bank. And Mr. Holger Zende, Chief Analyst, Export and Investment Fund of Denmark. Mr. Ülkü and the panelists, the floor is yours now.
Thank you so much. Thanks very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am very much delighted to be here with you today in beautiful Budapest. Welcome to this session, which I believe will be a very excellent finale to today's conference. Thank you all for joining us. This session, we will try to offer some market perspective from a diverse group of investors on what we believe are key topics and maybe some pressing questions. I would like to first extend my special thanks to the National Bank of Hungary and National Bank of Poland for organizing this conference and including us in the program. As you may know, the Institute of International Finance, the IIF, organizes regular investor trips, research trips to important emerging markets and the CE region for its members. And this week we are in Budapest for the due diligence meetings today and tomorrow. And then we will head to Warsaw, and then we will see the National Bank of Poland and other important institutions in Warsaw. And then we will end this week's research trip in Prague on Friday. So our aim is to foster dialogue between private sector and public sector participants. And it's my pleasure to moderate this panel today with 4 great speakers. And I think before we start off the discussion, I would like to remind the audience that maybe we will have some time at the end, like maybe 5 minutes to take questions from the audience. So please prepare your questions, and yeah, I'll be for the Q&A session. So let me start with the first question to you, Mark. TIAA deploys capital in many emerging markets, and you and your team play an important role in that process. Maybe could you please tell us, what factors are impacting your decision-making to deploy capital in the emerging markets, but maybe more specifically in the CE region? And then, how are you looking at the broader Europe landscape, with the war in Ukraine still going on, and persistently weak economic growth in Germany?
Yep, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. As you mentioned, Rush, we, as a pension fund in the United States, have about a $300 billion general account. We deploy about 20% of that outside the United States. About half of that's in Europe, mostly in core Europe. But we do have substantial exposures, in Eastern Europe, primarily, even on the private side, in Poland, where we own actually a lot of farmland and other assets as well. But we have large stakes in the government assets of each of the major countries we're visiting this week. And this is, overall a pretty positive moment, I think, from the perspective of our portfolio managers, and certainly from the risk managers' perspective, for a region that's come out of COVID, come through the core part of the inflation shock, and is now seeing an improvement in a disinflationary period that is, giving Central and Eastern Europe, I think, an edge over core Europe right now, and therefore is, seen as a spot of opportunity after a period that's been somewhat sluggish. And so we're looking forward to, that opportunity, I think, overall. In terms of the risks, that you mentioned, I think really the European growth model, and particularly for this region, Germany's growth model, is something that we're concerned about. There's signs of I think, improvement there as well. But slow growth in Europe at a time of faster growth in other emerging market areas means it's a little more difficult for Central and Eastern Europe to compete with some of the asset deployments we may wish to do in faster growing Asia, Latin America, and some other places. And then, in dealing with the kind of energy cost structures that Europe's having to deal with, especially post the conflict you mentioned in Ukraine, that's an ongoing struggle to make that a competitive reality. In terms of the war itself, I think, we don't see any immediate risk of the war involving NATO, which would be the really catastrophic outcome. It's certainly possible, and I think the fact that the war itself has not gone particularly well in the past year, largely due to the lack of US funds flowing to Ukraine, has made that situation a little bit more dangerous. I think it has energized capitals in Europe to a degree that I've not really seen before, in terms of understanding the importance of prioritizing defense spending. And that creates certain opportunities, I guess, for investors. It's a bit of a diversion from goals that otherwise, I think, core Europe in particular had for the energy transition. So there's some competition for resources there at a time when actually a lot of the savings from core Europe are flowing more towards the United States for a variety of reasons than they are to Europe or to Central Europe for that matter. So there's challenges in all those ways. I think the bigger geopolitical challenge, and maybe we'll get to this in some future questions, is from a US and Asian perspective, is coming from the increasing tensions between the US and China that could have reverberations that I think are maybe not always seen quite as clearly or with quite as much urgency in Europe as they are in the United States. So I'll pause there for the moment.
Yeah, that's my actually next question about, how do you see the Chinese manufacturing industry's relative competitiveness for the medium-term investment prospects and growth outlook for Germany and also the CE region. Let's continue with the...
Continue?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, China's going through this second great industrial wave, and that's creating opportunities and also risks for the global economy and for China itself. I think for China, the real question I have is, from an economic perspective, is that this doesn't seem to be the economic transition that would have been called for at this stage in development. So they're putting a lot of eggs in a basket that really requires them to be able to dominate a series of high-tech and green transition industries that will demand the ability to sell and invest products outside of China in order for that to succeed. And I think they're already starting to hit geopolitical constraints and just trade and competition constraints, particularly from the United States. So, you have the example of the 100% tariff on Chinese EVs, but also the CHIPS Act, which is really security focused fundamentally. And I think those strains were only going to get worse. I'm a former diplomat. My understanding of the trajectory of the U.S.-Chinese bilateral relations is pretty negative. And as that tension heats up, I think it will reverberate on the security dynamics in Europe in ways that I think European policymakers are beginning to grapple with, but there's ambivalence among core European states on this and no kind of common set of policy projections going forward. So there's uncertainty there. I think for American investors, this starts to create concerns, and we're already taking very active measures. For instance, because we're a buy and hold long-term investor, we're taking active measures now to limit our exposure directly to China, but also to companies in the US and Europe that are fundamentally dependent on Chinese trade and investment, because we think that that will come under greater strain. So where we don't have to be exposed to those and can be exposed to other assets, we're already taking measures to kind of do that.
Excellent. And then my final question for you, and then maybe you can set the stage for Stephen. The impact of the ECB Fed policies on the global liquidity, the conditions this year. Do you think the future course of monetary policy path and its impact on funding costs could hurt or rather bolster some investment options such as EM bonds or equities?
I think and again, my colleagues may have more to say on this, but we're, I think, overall positive that the trajectory both overall, and again, like over a period of 2 to 3 years from the Fed and from the ECB and the other major central banks is going to be towards policy loosening as the disinflation takes place. I mean, there's clearly a little bit of decoupling right now between the Fed and the ECB, and I think that will continue through this year. But the stories on both sides are positive. This is good for liquidity in the markets generally and good for emerging markets and ultimately, in our view. So, we're taking a reasonably positive attitude towards, what this means for the global economy.
Stephen, do you want to challenge Mark's views? Or?
Well, I was expecting Mark not to be quite so pessimistic on China, but I can't, so I can't add too much there. I focus on the macro side of things at Argo, personal views, not the views of the firm. I guess where I would come in is looking at things from a longer-term perspective. We obviously put secular stagnation to bed with the pandemic. I can see a lot of ingredients why we might look to a secular stagnation 2.0. Obviously, we have higher debt levels. This is one of the key ingredients. We still have all our demographic challenges, but we've also got AI, and obviously conferences are proliferated now with comments about artificial intelligence, but the reality for me is that although it'll be a very growth positive wave, this growth and the compensation for that is really going to be very unequally distributed. And inequality has been a big feature of the first wave of secular stagnation, if I'm right, and there's a second. And I really see that being a major challenge, particularly for Europe.
And any comments on the Fed ECB policies on global liquidity conditions?
No,
or the investment options? When you look at the investment options within the EM asset class for 2024, do you see CE rates, bonds, and equities, offering attractive risk-adjusted returns?
I think we're in different phases for all three asset classes. I think, and I'll come back to this later maybe, that in FX we're in this sort of carry environment, which is constructive for the currencies in the region, or most of the currencies in the region. I think equities, there's a very obvious productivity gain to be had, and I think equities across the world are, and particularly companies, maybe not ones involved in this initial first wave of AI, but certainly the beneficiaries, those that will be able to sort of implement this huge source of cheap cognitive labor, they'll benefit a lot. And then on the rate side, yeah, I think that there's been a bit of, it's easy to talk about this sticky inflation and be concerned about this last mile problem and wonder how we're going to make progress from here. I think certainly in terms of the Fed, we're looking at a sort of a business cycle and a monetary policy cycle that are sort of not in the normal synchronization that we've seen. And so we're more mid-cycle from a business cycle perspective, but we've obviously had this large run-up in rates that gives this sort of late cycle feeling. And I think the sort of combination of those two gives us this sort of, this sort of strange, uncanny valley of inflation, and I think that should pass.
Okay, and my last question for you, the exchange rates. Do you think this, the recent trend, the recent appreciation trend in CE currencies will be sustained? And maybe a related follow-up question, which CE currencies are, in your opinion, more vulnerable, to shifts in market sentiment relative to others, and why?
Yeah, I think that this all comes from this environment that's been created by this combination of US exceptionalism, so high rates in the US and outperformance and growth, and what's happening on the counterpoint in China and these incredibly low rates in Asia. And what that's created, which is unusual for me, I've been trading foreign exchange for about 20 years, is you've got these carry trades, but they're very much intra-EM relative carry trades. So people that are leveraged investors, hedge funds, they'll be engaging in a sort of basket-based trading of FX. And so there'll be the winners, the higher carry currencies, and there'll be the losers, and these are the Asian currencies. And that leads to some distortions. It's been going on long enough now that certainly a number of currencies in this region look overvalued. Central banks have shown the desire to maintain currency stability and dampen volatility, which is great, but it just sort of further increases the attractiveness of the carry trade. Traders care about carry on a vol-adjusted basis, and so if you dampen down that vol, then that's great news for the carry-hungry masses. And so all the time that the Fed is sort of on hold, but with a bias towards easing, and growth is holding up, and we have this sort of Goldilocks investment environment, then this carry should do well, and we could continue to see these imbalances in valuation build up in emerging market currencies. And I think what changes this is when we eventually sort of reach a more mature phase of the business cycle. And so, when the Fed starts easing and the ECB are easing more dramatically, then you're going to have to see some of this unwind. So that's going to be, it could be difficult.
Thank you. Philip, let me ask you this, Germany, the important driver of activity in Europe and for this region as well. So German real GDP fell by 0.3% in 2023. Do you expect economic recovery in Germany in 2024? And if so, how strong? When I look at the Bloomberg consensus view, I think the latest figure points to a 0.2% real GDP growth for Germany for 2024, and then 1.2% for 2025. So what would a recession or a prolonged weak growth in Germany or the euro area mean for growth outlook for the CE region?
Sure. No, we do not expect a very strong recovery in Germany. I think we are very much in line with the consensus here. Of course, given the recession last year, which we saw in Germany, there will be some catch-up of private consumption just because wages are always lacking inflation, and inflation has been coming down. Having said that, I think the investment outlook for Germany remains quite weak, and I also would not expect to change it considerably anytime soon, also because the interest rate outlook in the euro area has also changed significantly over the past couple of weeks. What I think is a bit under the radar at the moment is how strong local elections in Eastern Germany in autumn, so mostly in September, could change the German political landscape. So I would not rule out that there might be also snap elections, and we learned from yesterday France already having snap elections now. Might change the government again in Germany. The upside is probably that then the next government probably would be more pro-business than what we see at the moment. Having said that, there's another risk, I think, for Germany coming up, and this is obviously the US presidential election in November. The German Economic Institute just a few weeks ago published a paper with the headline, "What if Trump is re-elected?" And they are looking at scenarios of a trade war. So they assume that if the US administration would impose 10% tariffs on all US imports except for China, and 60% tariffs on Chinese imports to the US, and then in the most likely scenario, of course, also China would retaliate with 40% tariffs in their assumptions on US imports, that would hit the German economy quite strongly. So they estimate that then in 2026 to 2028, relative to the baseline, the German economy would grow by 1 to 1.5% lower. As you all know, the current GDP forecasts for Germany for the next years are not more than 1.5%. That would, of course, mean in such a scenario that the German economy would have an extended period of stagnation, which quite obvious is not only a problem would not only be a problem for the European economy as a whole, but especially also, of course, for the small open economies of Central Eastern Europe. But this is, of course, still a scenario. So while I'm not too pessimistic for the German economy for the medium run, because some of the negative factors we have seen which hit the German economy will also fade again over time. The impact on the CE economy is, of course, quite strong. Germany remains the most important trading partners of most countries, even though if the share of exports over the last 20 years moved a bit down, but still German exports of CE countries account for 15 to 35% of total exports. So German manufacturing is very much interlinked with the CE manufacturing, and as you know, the German PMIs are in negative territory since 2 years now, and the same is true for Czech Republic, for Poland, Austria. So there's very strong ties, and what's very important for the CE industry is that German exports are growing, but unfortunately the expectation is that German exports will also contract this year. So maybe we have entered a bit of a new phase in CE development. As you know, for example, Poland was growing very fast and uninterrupted for 30 years from the early 90s until the pandemic. But now we are partly also faced with discussions like last autumn when the British economist asked on the headline, the new sick man of Europe, and meant was the Czech Republic, just because of the notion that GDP in the Czech Republic by the third quarter of 2023 has not reached the pre-pandemic level again. I think it was a bit of an exaggeration because the Czech Republic still has a very good outlook from my point of view, but this is what might have been changed now in Central Eastern Europe. So to reach 4% growth rates is not that easy anymore. These low-hanging fruits, which we were used to, maybe have come a bit down. But on the other hand, of course, we still expect the CE economies to grow probably double as fast as the euro area on average, so that the region will remain the growth driver of the continent. But of course, what we would need for the European economy is a new boost. We just got the single market report from the former Italian Prime Minister, Mr. Letta, who proposed to deepen the single market, for example, with a defense union, with a telecommunications union, capital markets union. So all of those things are there, and we know what we should do, but we just need somebody to implement all those reforms which are needed.
Great. And now I'm going to ask you to put your sovereign credit risk manager hat on in terms of like geopolitical risks or political risks. And aside from this, the ongoing war in Ukraine, what other political or geopolitical risks are you watching closely, as they may have some substantial impact on spreads, exchange rates, and asset prices across the CE region?
Sure, just please allow me one sentence on the Ukraine, just because I think this is just the biggest risk, obviously, which we have, even if we as the group are not directly exposed to direct Ukrainian financial risk, but just the political, economic, refugee-related, energy-related, defense-related risks out of this conflict are just so strong that, of course, we have to keep an eye on it on basically a daily basis. Apart from that, I think there are also a lot of idiosyncratic political risks in the region. Yeah, we have many elections this year. We had already many elections this year. Another couple of elections are coming up. What has changed maybe a bit is that in many elections, or in some elections, the populist share in the voter base is just increasing, with potentially negative implications for the banking sectors. What we also have seen over the past decades, that governments are often willing to impose measures against the banking system. So this is something what we are watching, of course, very closely. What also worries us a lot, apart from the day-to-day political risk, was, of course, the assassination attempt on the Slovak Prime Minister just 3 weeks ago. Yeah, this was just a sad culmination of the deep division we also see in Slovakia. And the bad thing is this deep division we not only see in Slovakia, but actually in many countries in the region. What we also focus, of course, in the broader context of political risk is, of course, the institutional development of the region. We had a very nice example with the euro area accession of Croatia last year, which triggered a very good story. So just as a reminder, Croatia was still non-investment grade rated 2 years ago, but now they are in reach of single A ratings, which is in a very short period of time really a great achievement from our view. So we would very much favor that also other countries going in these directions. There are different stumbling blocks still for some countries, but after 20 years of EU integration, we would be happy to see here more. And for example, also the Czech president, I think at the end of 2023 triggered a bit of a more positive discussion here in the Czech Republic, and we will have to wait for the outcome here. What is also, of course, very important is the institutional progress in terms of the rule of law questions, regulatory quality. Here we see obviously some problems. What is also very important for us is, of course, would be integration of the Western Balkan in the European Union. And even though if there are new candidates now, we unfortunately still see quite little progress in terms of negotiation chapters, and we would be very much in favor that there would be some progress. If I briefly go away from the region, we of course also observed the major geopolitical risks which we face outside Europe. So the war in Gaza, the attacks in the Red Sea, the threat of China on Taiwan, the threat of North Korea and South Korea. All of those threats, of course, have a limited direct impact probably on the region and also us as the group, but all of those conflicts, if they would materialize, of course, also could have an impact on energy prices, on supply chains, and with that, then again, on inflation and on the interest rate outlook in major economies, but also in the local central banks. So this is what we also follow. And what might also be triggered by all of those geopolitical conflicts is that FDI into the region and also out of the region might change from an investor perspective. Just to remind, China last year had the lowest foreign direct investment into China. There was the lowest foreign direct investment since 30 years, and of course the CE region would be a good candidate for taking up some of these investments. On the other side, we also see in some countries huge Chinese investments, and maybe a former and future president might have a problem with some of those investments. But this is maybe something for the next year's conference.
Yeah, and then maybe you will go to, I know, with my colleague Jean Ma to China with the IF investor trip. Maybe you can tell us, next year more about, your views on China and the impact of that, China geopolitical risks, the China-EU, China-US relationship. And Holger, I don't know whether you want to say anything about the German economy or, the Danish Export Credit Agency's business is mostly long-term loans and guarantees in the domain of green energy and a lot of project finance such as wind farms. What are the critical factors you look while investing or deploying capital in the CE region?
Yeah, maybe a short primer here on what export credit agencies do, because I see a lot of people who don't know what that is. So an ECA, state-owned company that gives loans and guarantees where banks don't want or cannot. And in the green area, we can give loans and guarantees up to 22 years, and we find very few banks touching that. And then our perspective when we look at regions is always, I'm from Denmark, so I'm working for the Danish Export Credit Agency. What's in for Danish exports? We have a very selfish perspective on that. And there's a change. This conference is about changes in the global economy. For decades, Germany was the most important export destination for Denmark. Now it's the US. And as a group, Central and Eastern Europe is ahead of the US. But it's smaller countries, so individual countries don't count that much in that. And of course, Poland, like in many statistics, Poland counts for a lot if you look at CE. So the export credit agencies reflect the structure of the respective economies. So for Denmark, that means a lot of agricultural equipment to countries that want to extend their pig farms or ventilation for cows or whatever. And then we have two big producers of wind turbines in Denmark that produce out of Denmark. And that's no business secret, that's Vestas and that's Siemens Gamesa that produce from Denmark. Both world leaders if you don't count China. Like in a lot of statistics, if you don't count China. When we think about Central Eastern Europe, we follow our exporters. The last windmill Vestas has sold to Hungary was in 2010. Because I know Hungary banks a lot on solar energy, and every country defines that for itself. I just want to say we do not do that much in Hungary. We do a lot in Poland. Poland is a sweet spot for us. Why? Sadly, also because of the war. Poland wants to got rid of Russian dependence on energy, part Russian dependence. If you charge your electric car in Poland right now, you're pretty certain to put coal energy in it. So Poland has this big transformation. It starts with offshore wind farms now in the Baltic Sea, and we were so happy to be a part of that. We never finance alone. We couldn't do that. We work with banks. And if we find local banks who are into project finance, great. And I see Geoff here from the IMF, and I remember him saying at an event in Copenhagen, the great thing about CEE is I never worry about the banking sector, if I remember that correctly. Okay. Okay. You have worried about it, yeah. And that, so if local banks, regional banks are willing to do that, fine for us. If not, the others are just standing there. The Société Générales and others, they are just, and then they give a loan, we guarantee, and then we all have skin in the game and that. What are we looking at? I tell you what we're not looking at first. Non-membership in the euro area, it's not an issue. It's not a problem. Fine if you're in the euro area. Our loans, Denmark is a shadow member of the euro area. We think in euro. Danish krone is too complicated. We think in euro. So our loans and guarantees are in euro. The revenues of a wind farm typically then is in local currency. And if currency volatility is not too high, then there's a Hungarian forint and the Polish zloty. That's not a big problem. EU membership is an issue. We're in for 20 years. I remember my own forecasts I made 20 years ago. A lot of that was wrong in hindsight, big things. So we would like these countries to be EU members still. That means to have EU regulation on energy questions, for example. We don't want that uncertain. Risk is not a problem. You can mitigate most things, but mitigating exit underways, that's probably difficult. We like stable regulation. In wind energy, it often starts with some government-guaranteed tariff. And if the system changes every year, like in Romania, there's a lot of volatility about wind energy, about feed-in regulation. We want stability. Poland copied the UK system, perfect, just perfect. So rule of law. Earlier today, we had a meeting where we also talked about world governance indicators, things like that. That's important for us. We could choose London law or New York law, but rule of law, good regulation, that's something we look at. Of course, low inflation, high inflation, volatile inflation, that has put sand in the wheels of wind projects. But it's going in the right direction, so that is something we are confident with. Higher growth, yes. Of course, we would like to see more growth, but I mean, compared to northern Western Europe, there is higher growth on average in Eastern Europe, so that's not bad.
Great. And before I ask you the final question of this panel, let me remind the audience if there are any questions, if you would like to make some comments to the panelists, please raise your hand before I ask the final question, and maybe we can take a couple of questions from the audience. And Holger, last question. Are you concerned about the possibility of some CE countries to lose access to EU funds, or that's not a problem?
If that was the only thing I was concerned about regarding the European Union, that wouldn't be a lot. But we heard this morning that if Hungary got all the funds released, it might add 1 to 2% of GDP over time. That's a lot. But let me give a personal history. I grew up, I was born in the 60s. My dad was a German World War II soldier. And in France, he happened to meet his future wife, who happened to become my mom. So I grew up with this idea that the EU was about peace and about German-French reconciliation, and everyone agreed about peace. And now, no one agrees about money. That has been the case for a while. No one agrees about money. No one agrees about... There are a lot of different directions now in the EU, which I see as a compromise machine. And that was easier with 12 member countries or 15, and now it's just a fact of life that there are different views in 27 countries, and there might be 9 or 10 more in a couple of years. So I see a risk that the EU goes for the smallest common denominator, and I don't think that's enough, given the challenges that the EU has. If you look at demographics, if you look at the growth gap, the productivity gap, I don't say that the EU has to solve these problems, but a lot of problems can only be solved with cooperation. And maybe we are in a period where we find a new balance. What is done in Brussels, what is done in the member countries, and we got a clear signal yesterday that there's a strong tendency to not to put more power to Brussels and to put some back to the national capitals. So that's what we will see. I think the challenges are big, and these funds there are maybe a minor problem in the big scheme of things.
Great. I don't think there are any questions from the audience, but this was a great discussion. I don't know whether anyone wants to say any make any concluding remarks. If not, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found the discussion useful, helpful. Please join me to give a round of applause to the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryöky, for moderating this dynamic discussion, and thank you to all the participants for sharing their ideas. Before saying goodbye, I have the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Barnabás Virág, Deputy Governor of Magyar Nemzeti Bank, on stage, and I would like to invite him to deliver his closing remarks.
So thank you very much. It's always a tough thing to be the only thing between the lunch and you, so that's why I would like to remain very short, and I would like to summarize some of the key takeaways from the panel discussions I heard today morning. I remember we started this joint conference in 2018 in Krakow. So during that time, it was a little bit strange that two central banks from the region, so the central bankers are focusing on inflation, on financial stability, and so on and so on. So during that time, it was a little bit strange that two central banks from the region organized a conference on the topic of competitiveness. So it was. I think it was a little bit unique situation, but it was also very clear that on that time we flew in a clear and calm environment. So it was 6 years ago, but it is pretty far from now. So in 2018, the inflation was not a big issue in our region. We had very stable financial conditions in our region. So during that time, we opened this conference series because we had enough time to look at the issue of competitiveness. So it's also very clear that now the times has changed. So nowadays we are living in a very volatile environment with a lot of challenges. But it's also very clear we need still a very strong cooperation to find the right answers, because otherwise we will be not able to continue our successful catching up story. But of course, we are interested in still a stable catching up story. So that's why we are here. So let me summarize some of the key takeaways from the discussions. I know well that to be a central banker is a future-oriented position. So we have to talk about the future. So that's the question we got. Let's talk about the future. But nowadays, to talk about the future, it's a very uncertain thing. So that's why I'm pretty interested in the history. So I think if we are flying in a very volatile environment, I think it's worth to look at the historical examples. So that's why I would like to mention the key takeaways on my side from a historical perspective. So it's still clear that we have to focus as a very important goal, as a primary goal in our life on inflation. I think in the last 2 years we made a big step ahead, but we have to know that the volatility of inflation has changed. Also the key structural developments behind of the inflation, like the labor market situation everywhere in the region, has changed. So that's why we have to remain still cautious in our decisions. We have to know that the last mile of this road towards the low inflation environment can be bumpy. So that's why we still needed quick and well-designed reactions from the monetary policy. The second takeaway is that nowadays we are facing with an environment mainly driven by huge supply side shocks. So of course, if you would like to remain successful in an environment characterized by huge supply side shocks, you have to find a proper answer on your own supply side of the economy. So of course, it's clear we have to fasten the transition in many fields. We have to fasten the transition in the energy field, in the digitalization, in usage of new technologies, especially in case of the SMEs, because they are lagging a little bit behind in the field of productivity. The third element of the takeaways are linked to the finance. So of course, it will remain a key to find the proper finance within this very extraordinary environment we live nowadays. The good news is that we have a lot of domestic savings in our economies, so the savings ratio everywhere increased. So we have a lot of domestic savings. I think the key task will be to find how to direct these savings into domestic needed investments, which can support the stronger productivity growth in our economies. And finally, again, so I think we mentioned several times the word of geopolitics. So I think that's one of the key character elements of the conversations nowadays. We use the words of geopolitics. I'm not an expert in geopolitics, but I strongly believe that in midterm we will still live in a deeply interconnected world because we are facing with challenges which are mainly global challenges, like the climate issue, like the demographic trends, like the wars in many fields of the world. So I think at the end of the day we need well-coordinated answers for these very challenging questions. So that's why I strongly believe in conferences like this we can continue the discussions about these challenges, because again we will live in a deeply interconnected world looking ahead, and we have to find answers for global challenges together. So now that was the 6th joint conference together with the Narodowy Bank Polski, but I hope somewhere in the future we can celebrate the 100-year anniversary of this joint conference. So we have 94 years till that time, but of course I don't want to speak 94 years looking ahead, so that's why I would like to stop here. I would like to thank for all of the participants for accepting our invitation to the panel discussions. I personally benefited a lot from the talks I heard. I would like to thank for the audience for accepting the invitation to this conference, and of course, please enjoy your stay here in Budapest, here in the Central Bank of Hungary. Thank you very much.
Deputy Governor Virág, thank you very much for your words. It was indeed an excellent conclusion of our event. Ladies and gentlemen, with the closing remarks, our conference has ended. At this point, let me thank you as well for your attention. Let me thank the speakers and participants also for sharing their great insights. And let me also thank all of those who were following us online. And for those of us who are present, time has come for a well-deserved lunch break. The lunch shall take place in the lobby in front of the conference hall. I wish you all a pleasant afternoon, and I hope to meet again at our next conference. Thank you again. Goodbye.